Live. We are live, I believe. Hello everybody. Welcome back to Dark Souls, Dirge of Drangleic. We've played relatively consistently this last few weeks, which, means that at some point, our bad luck will catch up to us once again, and we'll have to go into hiatus. I really hope my audio is coming through, otherwise I'm looking like an idiot at the moment. Hold on.
It is.
I think it is, alright.
It is.
In that case, first of all, as is usual, a shout out to a couple of people. First and foremost, shout outs to my wonderful players that are joining us here today, as well as shout outs to Sound Phenomenon for providing a lot of background music you guys are going to be hearing throughout the campaign. And, I'll shout out the respective artists for tokens and maps as we go along. What's it called? Also, shout outs to our viewers, for being here if they are at the moment. You guys are awesome. Maybe we'll get to 100 subs by the end of the month. Maybe, I don't know. A man can dream. 100 subs video special coming to later on. Once we get there. But anyway, you know the drill, y'all. Who wants to do that recap to get that inspiration that may be really useful in this particular session? So
I need to ask, don't we all have inspiration?
Yes,
I think we do.
most
I think
of us
nobody
do.
has used it yet. Actually, now that you mention
Yeah.
it. So
Do you want to give us like a different reward, or like, do you want to just do it?
No mod shout out. No, shit, Indy, no. Sorry, shout out to our mod wee woo on the chat. Lots of hogs to our mod in the chat.
I think a lot of us are going to use the inspiration now, so let's keep this reward and give it to one random NPC that will kick our ass later on.
Don't
we'll see how it goes.
Honestly, that'd be awesome. Though.
Maybe I'll use it.
Yeah,
maybe I'll use
right?
it.
Friggin' pull a Star Wars.
But
Okay,
well,
like with
quick-
Dark Side Point.
quick recap in that case that I shall take over for the time being. In the last session, the party made their way towards Fort Cardinal, or were making their way towards Fort Cardinal, one of the largest forts in the west side of Drangleic. However, before that, they ran across a mysterious stranger named Pate, who warned them of the local dangers in the forest nearby the town. And the party, didn't really care that there was dangers. They just kind of marched towards the danger and ran into...
I am the danger.
Exactly. And ran into a dead ogre that had been recently slain by a white knight of sorts. The party tried to communicate with this knight. The individual proved to be maddened, perhaps fully has lost his mind due to some form of undead curse, as the party has been hearing that this is actually starting to spread towards Drangleic. However,
Or he was being a catty bitch and giving us the silent treatment because we did something to him, but
probably. It's one of those scenarios is more likely than the others. The individual attacked the party, and the party had to fight back, eventually killing the knight in the process and taking, the weapon, which I believe, did I say was a spear?
Yep.
Yeah, it is a
Yes, it
spear.
was a
Deals a
spear.
little bit of lightning damage. Additionally, the enchantment of the magic is old and has worn down, so it's not as powerful as it could have been before. The party then proceeded to move towards the town nearby Fort Cardinal, coming across a group of guards who, after a bit of a checkpoint checkup, trying to make sure that the party wasn't bringing anything illegal into the town, they eventually allowed them in. The party settled in for a night of rest at the local inn before getting ready in the morning to go to this combat demonstration that is taking place within the fort itself. The purpose of which is to serve as a potential training for the soldiers of the fort. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, the morning after the night of rest comes into play here. You guys have...
Wait,
Yeah.
Hold up, there
Wait,
was going to be another background thing between Shield Bearer and Signis.
Yep.
Oh. Yes.
We
That is true.
agreed upon this last time.
That is true. That is true. You are going to be doing something here at night. In that case, let me move
Yeah.
your view back to the just like the visual reference tavern in an area that I have here. Once I find it, because I have too many images on my thing. So
I assume Signis is just
thank
like
you, Joel Command.
sitting in his room. I assume Signis is like in his room, like in like an armchair or like some sort of like chair, like single seat chair, facing the wall opposite of the door, sipping a glass of wine where you have no idea where that thing came from.
Well, you would find yourself, well, waiting, I guess, for for Gilbert. What will
You
happen
will
tonight?
Yeah,
knock on door.
come in.
Greetings. Could we have
So,
a talk?
what were you seeking to discuss? Cygnus is just going to turn the chair, sit down. Like, is there another chair in the room? Is it just one? I assume it's just
I'm
one.
gonna-
So like he's just like,
I'm gonna say there's at least like in one more other chair. Like usually the way a lot of fantasy inn rooms go, is that there is like a little like tea table over in one corner of the room that has like at least two chairs there for nightly conversations such
Yep.
as this one.
Cygnus is just going to gesture to the other chair then, to say, have a seat. What did you want to discuss? I am not going to lie to you. Your discussion, and with Ace earlier, I could hear through the walls. Also, so be aware that this conversation is not entirely private.
I already knew most conversations here wouldn't be private. So if you want to take us somewhere else midway, just say so. But I was
Unless the topics unless the topics that you are planning to discuss would have me deem it such, I don't see why we would need to leave the safety of the inn.
curious how it exactly worked with your personalities, your masks.
Oh. We are going to have to leave indeed. Cygnus puts down the glass of wine on the table.
Lead the way.
Can Cygnus like try and like scout out like a spot real quickly to see what areas just might not have people, etc.
I'd say that you don't need to roll for this or anything. Like the town is very quiet and peaceful at night. You can probably find like, a corner out of the way or an alley or something that doesn't quite seem like super, like traversed, I guess. That people could interrupt you. Also, hello, Musmero. Welcome to the stream. You will be able to find something out there. Yeah.
So, could you clarify what exactly you meant by that question?
Just like it says, explain how it works and what exactly happens. Who all are you?
I will note for the record that it is very different from what you have, where it's like you're two different people in a single body, two different minds working in through the lens of one perspective. It's not nearly that. It is more so. You see, as Signis actually he you see has he like this is actually probably the first time I think anybody's actually seen how he changes from Cygnus to Jeremiah without like the pillar of flame aiming the way. As you just see as he literally just takes off a mask, and like the disguise, the he just returns to being like the dark uniform or etc. And just says, think of it more so as as an actor playing multiple parts in a single play. Same person, different mannerisms, different and ways of expressing oneself to play a part.
What kind of mannerisms do you all have then?
It's as I mentioned. It's as I mentioned. It is simply the same person playing a different part.
I know, but
They're
when you were Jeremiah, you were way more on the offense. You also talked more aggressively. These shifts are important to note when we're going to battle.
I wouldn't say there's too. I wouldn't say there's too much of a difference. And one is how you just see as he pauses to think, and I'm going to pause to think because I need to figure out how to articulate this.
During that moment, you hear like, "Shut up!" Sorry, not you. Go ahead.
That it's quite difficult to say. I would say that with when I am Cygnus, I'm a lot less. I'm a lot less inclined to when and I am playing the part of Cygnus, don't tend I don't tend to give into the instincts that were trained into me nearly as much, and I feel a little bit more free to do so as I please, rather than how I would do so for maximum efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, there's nothing really a difference. The masks simply the different masks simply contain fragments of my memory. It is not as if it's a different personality per mask. It is simply another piece of faceware that I put on that allows me to use different doctrines that I otherwise would not know.
And how many do you use?
9 effectively. 10 if you're considering Cygnus. As you see, he holds up literally just a version of like the faceless mask, like the like plain white mask, but this one is like the other faceless mask, you had noticed was like it had that like smile. This one's just like this one is like looks like it is mad. Like the others just look mirthful. This one is one that is like unsettlingly fucking in in so it's just like ear to ear smile. And that and the as he just holds it up. There's not really too much I can say apart from that. As he puts on the mask again. It is just an act. A game of pretend, if you may so say.
But what if you act aggressively while we need your more calm side? Do you need to change the mask?
No. It is simply a choice. I would just prefer it to be different each time. It's got its perks.
Yes. I think I understand a bit better now. Thank you. There's one more unrelated note I wanted to talk to you about.
And what is that in particular?
You looked scared to push on back at the cave. May I ask what burdened your mind?
You see like Signis, who had sort of like plastered on a smile after or the entire conversation. You just see like that expression just like leave as he like gives you this like literally just 1,000-yard stare as he just goes, not a story for today.
I see. Then I won't bother you with it. But once you feel safe to tell me, please do so.
I have a feeling that'll be one day. And it won't be just you. Everyone else would be able to learn of this, but at the moment, while I wouldn't say I don't trust any of you, I'm not quite so. I wouldn't say I'm quite so close as to who, well, provide you with that information.
That's fine. Some people are more closed off.
Now, time for bed. After all, we've got quite the match to watch tomorrow. Atlas and Valencia are gonna have a lot of fun.
Ace.
Wait, no. So Ace and Valencia are gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow.
That's already Peter up.
Just
Yes.
yes. Quick question, Vorty. I have before the duels, can I use the very limited amount of coin I have to actually purchase a studded leather?
your character, in character, you will have to wait until the morning, for shops to actually be open because it's the fucking dead of night at the moment. But I'll
Yeah.
say you would be able to if you have enough coin to purchase Starlight, which I think is like 45 gold, something like that.
Wait, it is?
Yes, Starlight is surprisingly expensive, believe it or not. Let me double check.
It's
that.
gifted
yeah, fair enough.
automatically as
Yes,
an artificer.
45? Yeah, it is 45. Holy
Um,
shit.
Cygnus is currently using leather armor. How much would that be to level it up? Then
It's level.
I
I'm
mean,
not sure if you mechanically speaking
yeah.
can do that. But
You have to get that
different
refitted.
process.
That would take like weeks.
yes, a different
Like,
process.
yeah, fair enough.
And
Yeah,
Even-
that's
even if you
completely fair.
could, I was gonna say, even if you could, the way I'd see it is take the 10 GP
Yeah.
off, it'd still be 35.
No, because if you would sell your leather, obviously it has seen battle. So it would sell for cheaper than 10.
Or half price.
No,
We don't need to
Yeah.
complicate ourselves too much with like the pricing.
Yeah, that's
we're just gonna
that's
say that
perfectly fine.
if you want to sell your own leather armor, that you can sell at half price, and maybe that gives you a bit of extra coin if you want to buy started.
So that would be still 40.
Actually, then could Cygnus Cygnus might do a little funny thing. Cygnus might report to the guard like first thing next morning just to explain like what he found in the forest as regarding since there was like a post on the guard regarding the situation and with like the man and fucking around on the forest and these of town and he would probably report.
Yeah, there was an announcement for like suspicious activity in the woods, right? As it were.
Yeah.
You're not sure if they're meaning
it was like,
specifically that, but you could turn in whatever.
he would
information you have.
report it still because that like he would like give like pretty concise fucking details. Could I actually like do like something with calligrapher supplies just to like write it all down?
Calligrapher. Calligrapher is more
I
like
think that-
text, but I will allow you to do like a, I guess, light a hand.
Just like basically
uh,
write a report.
Yeah, like a. Okay, so just write a report, not like visual sketching. Okay. Well, yeah. In that case, I'll just make me like a check with your not slide hand, with your calligrapher's tools using dexterity, and let's see how detailed like you're able to actually make this detailed and understandable. I guess that's the two things we're looking for here, because you're taking a big bet in assuming that the guards can read. What's it called?
Not friggin' 20.
Oh, first roll of the session. This is gonna go well.
Don't use up our nat 20s.
Damn.
No. Here's the thing. I know I'm gonna roll shit after this.
So yeah, I'll say you make a very concise report of the spotting of like the dead ogre, the the strange white knight that you guys fought. Use a base nat 20s. What was it called? Are you also like writing on Pate as as like a suspicious individual,
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, I think he would like note all the different like suspicious fuckers in the forest.
Okay, so you also write about that one fellow with the leather armor and spear.
He
that you
he
ran into.
yeah, but he wouldn't write down that like he wouldn't write down his name. It's just like, you gotta respect where respect's due. Just gotta say that there's a fucking person there. Gotta get the bag, but not gonna fucking sell the dude out.
Okay. Well, we don't need to like roleplay the entire interaction there. Like, we'll just say that this not specifically the figure that they've heard about in reports. The other suspicious figure that they've heard about is more so described as a sort of woodsman-esque like figure that presumably with long hair and long beard, that they have not been really able to get any proper first-hand accounts from. But they do appreciate the information, so they will toss in, we'll say 30 gold for you, since not exactly what
Oh,
they were looking
fuck
for,
yeah.
but they were, that does actually help them, establish more of a perimeter in town and, around that area and see, what type of dangers could be relatively close.
And I'm gonna spend 45 on that on fucking studded leather because I now have 63.
Okay.
63 minus 45.
In that case, unless anybody wants to do something else specific for the night, we'll say that the next morning will come, and you guys will feel very refreshed, awakening in your respective inn rooms, for the night, well, for the day rather. And well, what will y'all do, as you wake up in the morning?
Okay, Vorty, we talked about this out of session week before last. Ace has ideas for doing stuff kind of sneakily, so she's waking up pretty early, probably around around the same time as maybe Atlas. Which, if Atlas sees
Why Ace bent?
Ace, they probably see Ace going out, and it probably looks suspicious because Ace kind of slept in the first time they met, so she's got a plan for something. So,
I mean, for Rock, he just takes it as you learned from the last time when he stuck ammonia up your nose to wake you up.
Ace, you go up to Atlas's room, knock once, knock twice, realize there's no answer. And if you try to open the door, well, you will notice that Atlas is not there, having gone, presumably the window swinging open, or having been swung open.
So Tin Man's already got a head start of doing some shenaniganry. Alrighty. 2 can play at that game, even though it was my idea first. So Ace is gonna go. She's gonna find a potter.
Potter.
She's going to find a pottery. She's
Um,
gonna find if they have any clay pots that they're not using anymore.
What time do the duels take place at? Duels will take place roughly at 10 in the morning. 9:30 in the morning. Not that they have established a specific, time, because I'm not sure if they are aware if Drangleic has a concept of AM and PM in the world, but they.
Time would it be currently?
Yeah, they would probably just say, oh, roughly at this point when the sun is at this position. What time would it be currently? I mean, assuming you guys are waking up relatively early in the morning, I'll say you guys would roughly wake up 7:30, at the earliest, because you guys were out and about for a while during the night, so I think that's kind of reasonable.
We'll mention to the group after getting a piece of bread or something for breakfast.
Ace is gone. She already flew the coop.
Well, the group that people of the group that are present, that you will meet them at the.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's just Valencia and Shieldbear at that point.
Nope, Shieldbear would go out as soon as he wakes up.
Jesus.
Yeah,
okay.
most of the
So
fighters
it's just
left.
Valencia.
Valencia goes down to fucking have breakfast, and it's like, well, here's
It's
everyone.
just Rock there. It's just Doctor.
Rox is grabbing a piece of bread, and he was just going to basically just mention that
Doctor
he's
jump
gonna
scare.
he was just going to go out to do a bit of work to get some money before their duels and stuff. Since they're in a town, he's got a bit of money, but to get more prepared, just make sure he's got supplies and everything, and maybe get a bit more prepared for the duels and stuff in the afternoon, since they all signed up.
Okay.
And also before he goes, just in case they need it, he will toss. Let's see, I currently have 5 potions. He'll toss 2 potions of healing to Valencia.
Valencia will grab it and, well, just ask, like, any recommendations, Doctor?
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't be reckless, and make sure that you are using the supports that we have made for thine leg.
I'll be fine then.
Or
Excellently
Oh.
put, says Cersei.
and then Rock will begin to head out, and he will state, "And remember, make sure to not put too much strain on thine legs. That means no running or other reckless movements. Unless absolutely necessary, for I understand that some situations cannot be helped."
I understand. I'll be fighting on horseback today.
Will that
I
even
found-
be allowed? Signis
we
is
do-
not saying this, by the way.
Since I also signed up for this duel, if there's a chance we end up fighting, I promise that I will not use all of mine tools. He's clearly referencing that he's not going to use his poisons or, bombs.
Yes,
As
please
he-
don't explode my horse.
As he will
Roland
begin,
would not be happy.
as he then begins making his way out, and he'll basically ask. He's gonna look for to do a little bit of work before the duels and stuff for a few hours. So he's gonna ask around if there's anywhere that a doctor like him could get some work, or with any of his other trades, because he's got smith tools and stuff.
I mean, hey, we'll say that you might be able to find something, cause like this town is very safe, as per like physical injuries goes, cause they're like directly next to the fort. So the most you'll be looking out for here is, I guess, general illnesses. For the most part. Roll me a D100, and in the meantime, well, damn, the entire party like fucking split.
Yeah.
So-
That's the shopping list Ace is going for.
Hilariously, the party hasn't split entirely. Cause if you checked the whisper or to you,
I
Signis
did
is
not even
trying to
feel
fucking
this.
tail Ace out of fucking.
I did not get a whisper like at all.
Huh?
No, I didn't get a whisper.
I literally just whispered to GM, "Can Signis tail Ace out of curiosity?" This is literally just him fucking
I didn't get
going
anything.
Pink Panther
And I'll be
style.
honest, Nathan, for the most part, I will miss stuff that is whispered in the Roll20 chat, so you might need to just send me things directly through Discord, because otherwise I may miss it in the chat. Because when I'm doing a lot of stuff and I see people typing a lot in the Roll20 chat, everything kind of blends together sometimes, and you're gonna need to send it through Discord if you want it to be, if you're not sure that I read it or have noticed it. But
Such is life.
That's an oof on the D100 potentially.
This is being good. What's it called? Spitting the party, tactical nuke incoming. No, not quite. What's it called? But in that case, who do I cut to first? Well, first of all, Signis, I guess you just make me a stealth check. What's it called? If you're trying to tail Ace, I guess.
Watch me roll shit. I
So,
rolled shit.
we don't need to come till the fight. Okay. Well, the thing is that I was planning something to happen in town as you guys are getting to the to the thing, but because everybody hit it out at different times from everybody, it's kind of hard for me to make this happen now. So I'm gonna roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, well, before I rolled anything. Would Valencia also be heading out relatively soon after eating breakfast, or will she be taking her time?
Yeah, she would head out and basically just wait at Fort Cardinal for everyone else to appear.
Okay.
I haven't really got anything planned for stuff before the fight.
Okay. In that case, I will roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a d6, and see who this happens to on the way to the to the
Oh my god!
fort.
All right.
Because everybody's heading out at different times, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Uh,
If we get robbed, and Ace is the one who gets mugged, Ace is gonna pistol whip some fools.
Oh my fucking god! All right. Sure.
yeah, so Atlas, this will happen to you early in the morning. What's it called? Not soon, not too much later after you headed out of the inn, you will begin to hear a slight commotion, which strikes you as surprising. You were not aware that the people of this planetary sphere wake up at this early time of the day, seemingly. At the very least, the common people, as it were. Then again, well, they do seem to be dressed as workers to some extent, perhaps farm hands or something to that extent. As you see a number of citizens seemingly giving this one location in the town like a wide breadth, where they seem to be clearing off from a particular location. You hear murmurs here and there, but you can't quite pick up what other conversations are happening as your path, the path you're taking at the very least, seems to be not entirely towards that direction. Like the fort is a little bit more of a straight shot, it's a little bit more off to the side. Would Atlas care to investigate or not?
Yeah, I'd say that at the very least, Atlas would try to reroute their path in order to listen in on what people are saying. At the very least, I don't think they're going to straight up go there by themselves, but I think they want to at least pick up on any form of rumor.
Okay. In that case, roll me a perception check to try and catch what what the people are saying.
Damn it! My passive perception is 15.
Your passive 15. Okay, we can take this for your passive then.
All right.
You overhear a couple of conversations from some of the citizens that are clearing off in large groups from a particular segment of the town. You hear somebody say, "It's that strange old lady again, back in town." You hear somebody else respond, "Does she not realize that we don't want any trouble?" Somebody else who's also sounding kind of nervous will say, "Whatever, just ignore her. She'll go away eventually. She always does." You hear some of the citizens.
Oh. I think if this is a person of interest, I think Atlas is actually going to kind of, well, they're going to think would this have any chance of making them late? And by late, I mean they want to be there at least 20 minutes early.
Considering you probably would have been the first to get out,
Yeah.
because you exit out the window instead of the door like a normal person. You probably still have a little bit of time to spare.
Okay, Atlas will actually go investigate, go straight shot towards whatever the fuck these people are talking about, or whoever rather.
You would notice that once you go down a particular street here in town, you will see another group of people kind of giving that place a particularly wide breath, and they do look at you as you pass them by, kind of staring at you. You draw the attention of the people. What can I say? And they don't specifically say anything to you or around you when they see you. They instinctively kind of quiet, go quiet, and stare at you, and then continue walking down their way. And eventually you arrive at the little street that they were avoiding. You see what appears to be a hunched over figure. Very thin, almost frail looking, which contrasts against the packet that they're currently carrying, which appears to be a combination between a regular sort of canvas backpack and a sort of wooden structure that has been attached to the backpack to some extent, giving the impression that they're carrying a miniature house with them.
Oh, that's cute.
The wooden structure also has this this stick, I guess, like sticking out from it that has like a lantern hanging above it that is not currently lit in the moment because it's bright outside. But the figure appears to be appears to be kind of like this hooded individual who is simply just kind of walking very, very slowly, almost as if they're a person in their advanced age, or either the backpack, as it were, is very heavy for them. Let me show you exactly who they are. There is right away like this air of uncertainty you notice as their fingers are a little bit too elongated. Their skin, whatever is visible through their robes, a bit pale and sickly looking. You're not sure if they're like a carrier of some disease, but certainly the citizens were treating them as such. The individual is seemingly like walking, looking around, almost as if he's waiting for anybody to approach them.
Okay, well, yeah, Atlas is like, well, yeah, they might carry disease. Good thing I'm in a fucking, like, COVID-proof suit. So they're gonna walk basically right up to them and just kind of say,
And like that, your boy is demonetized.
You said the funny. You said the funny words. Goodbye, Vorti's money.
Also,
you seem to not exactly attract the positive thoughts of the people in this land. Would you need help with anything?
I was gonna say, I'm not sure if you're using the voice mod at the moment, but I don't think it's working. But
damn it! What? Why not?
I think both our voice mods are like not working correctly today. It seems.
Hold on. No, I just have my wrong input device. Hold on.
Oh, damn. That would explain it.
Is this working?
Yes, it is. But you said what you said. You're not attracting like particularly good attention in front of people. And the individual looks over, and like you can't really see their features through the shadowy hood. But when they speak up, it kind of does sound like an old lady. And she will say, "Oh, finally, one of you talks to me. Hello, sweetie. You look quite tall and strong. Certainly, one such as yourself need not worry about hanging with little old me."
Gulmoth Regulations number 46. Help the elderly, aid the poor. Whenever you come across one less fortunate than yourself, a knight is obligated to offer aid.
Ah, a gallant knight appearing in my time of need. Well, I color me surprised and flattered that I garner such attention. What's your name, sweetie?
AR296158.
Stares at you and says, "I'll call you dearie if that's fine."
At this point, I have so many asinine nicknames that this one may be a bit more refreshing.
She kind of like chuckles a bit. Then I see I've ran into someone that's quite famous to have many names. But dearie, I'm in a bit of a tight spot at the moment, and seeing as you're a gallant knight, perhaps you can assist me.
What is it that you require?
Oh, I've been so hungry this last couple of days. I've been trying to make a living out in the road, but no one seems to want to approach me. They think I carry some form of curse or disease or something to that effect. I barely managed to convince the guards to let me pass into town. But
Well, as you can tell, nobody really wants to approach little old me. Would you care to buy something? Anything, really?
Very well. I am in the need for enhancements. What do you have to offer, young miss?
Young? Oh, you're such a flatterer. Mm, I have a couple of things that I have here I've collected over the years. She kind of begins to, again with a little bit of work, try to take off the backpack slash little house that she's carrying on her back, and like she lets it fall onto the ground, and you hear like a loud boom, like thud as it hits the ground. He's taking off her limiter. What's it called? She looks over and says, "The name is Melentia, by the way, dearie." And I will show you what she has to offer at the moment. Give me 1 second.
Oh, damn. Oh, shit.
Oh,
kinda
Jesus
good.
Christ. What's a witching urn?
Well, she begins to pull out like a bunch of different items from the thing. Amongst them, she pulls out something that looks kind of similar to Dr. Rock's bombs. What's it called? At the very least, at first, as far as first glance go. Give me 1 second while I check something. I'm just going to give you the full handout for bombs and urns. So, these are basically just like, bombs basically you can throw, but they have different effects. She specifically sells the Witching Urn variant, which deals force damage.
She also has fire bombs, though, right?
Yes, she also has fire bombs in her inventory. She, has a lot of things at her disposal. She will show you all her stock and say, "Please help an old lady out. I take almost anything, really, so long as counts as currency."
Okay. I just realized I have logged down 10 gold pieces. I don't have 10 gold pieces. I have 10 universal credits. Which fucking do anything. That's fine. What's it called? Have I seen a blockstone before?
You have. It is the mechanism, stone sort of like block that Roy the Explorer used, or rather was going to use to activate the poison spraying mechanism in the Rat King's domain.
So Atlas will kind of ask about that lockstone there. What does it use to unlock?
Almost anything. There was this architect from, times of yore that created multiple things around the land that is now Drangleic. And some of those things are, still somewhere out there. Nobody quite has found a way to replace them, so they still exist. And these mechanisms, these stones, can help you unlock them. Out of character.
It's like one of the fucking stone sword keys and
kind of. It's kind of like a stone sword key, but here's how I'm deciding to use this. They're basically Deus Ex Machinas. At any point, once you enter a location, you can ask me, is there a Pharaoh's Lockstone mechanism? And I can tell you yes or no, and then you can use one of these that'll do something different depending on the area.
Okay.
It's
Awesome.
a get out of jail free card, basically.
I love that.
Signis about to go and disable all the traps, and then Atlas just pulls out the funny rock and puts it into the wall.
I think we currently have one that we got from when we killed the rot.
What's it called?
I think.
So, Atlas will kind of say,
Once again, confirmation. you are not exactly expecting many people to purchase from you.
I'm expecting at least some, but it seems that these people are quite stingy nowadays.
I simply wish to avoid doing a faux pas of etiquette. However, if that is the case, I will purchase 10 life gems as well as the lockstone. The common ones.
Oh,
Common or uncommon?
common ones?
Yes.
Okay. She will say, "Ah, thank you kindly, dearie." She will begin to put down like all the items on the ground for you. Almost as just making sure not to directly touch you when handing the items. And then just kind
What's
of
it called?
puts like a hand forward. At this point, you notice like her, nails are also kind of long and like gnarled and sickly looking.
What's it called? Like, Atlas will actually, like, say,
Do not fear or worry. Even if you were the bearer of some form of disease, this armor of mine protects me from any outside pathogens. I am happy to transfer souls in the way that is customary.
as
Oh.
they'll, like, take her, like, they'll gently, like, take one hand, like, the thing of, like, holding it with one hand and, like, putting the other hand, like, over the palm kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gonna be doing that to transfer the souls.
You transfer the required amount of souls, and I need to update her inventory because you have just taken. How many did you say life gems?
10 common, so all of them.
So all of them. Oh shit! You just like ran her out of life gems then. Okay. So let me just cross it out then. So, you pass like all the souls over to her, and she will say, "Thank you kindly." And if you have any friends in town that may want to do business with an old hag like me, then make sure to let them know that I'll be here for a while, at least until I'm run out of town again. So, you have yourself a nice day, sweetie. She kind of begins to pick up like the backpack, and like you can tell it like she struggles a little bit to get it
Yeah.
onto her back.
Atlas will help her, like, with it, like.
Okay, you help Melentia like get the bag up.
As she starts, like, to get off, like, get away, like, Atlas will kind of say,
Suggestion. We are currently the custodians of a certain town that has a population that is similarly afflicted with a curse. You would be much more welcome there. Our population is steadily growing as well, so you may have some form of business opportunity. You need not stay or become a citizen, but the option is always there for you to arrive to unload your wares.
Oh, you're offering me a stay in your little town? Where?
It is always open for you to visit or stay. We are still in the process of renovating and creating a more hospitable town with a sufficient capacity, but you are welcome anytime.
Ah, thank you kindly, dearie. I will perhaps come visit it one day. Where would this place happen to be at?
I guess, like, Atlas will. Well, fucking, I can't. Atlas has cartographer's tools. I guess Atlas will just, like, make a, do a quick map for
Like a
her.
little
They
doodle.
do have, like, paper.
Okay, just maybe like a cartographer's tools check. We'll say
Okay,
using either your intelligence wisdom.
I'll use
or
intelligence.
wisdom, so go ahead.
17.
17. That's a fine enough map for, for just being like a quick on the fly type of thing. So
Yeah.
you make this little map, hand it over to Melentia, and she will say, it's a bit out of the way, but who am I to complain? Thank you for the hospitality ahead of time. I will see if I can get towards your town in a bit later on. Once I'm done concluding business here, I believe it might be high time that I pick up and go somewhere else. We'll see each other again soon enough, I'm sure, dearie.
If any person dares to bring you any form of trouble that you may not be able to get yourself out of, this town is small enough that I believe you will be able to get a call to me. So, if you ever find yourself in a compromising position, do not hesitate to seek me out.
Aw, you are so sweet. Yes, if I get into any trouble, I'll shout for the gallant knight to swoop in and protect me from danger. She kind of like goes, she kind of like reaches over and
This
like
is so fucking
tries
wholesome.
to like, I guess, quote unquote pinch your cheek like through the helmet. Kind of like reaches up. She's like a little bit hunched over, so she kind of has to like stretch her arm a little bit. Like I said, her arms are like seemingly unusually like elongated. So like it does, she does get to like put like her finger to your helmet.
She would probably be able to get a grip, considering like the helmet is made up of like many different like segmented pieces. She'd probably be able to actually grip one bit to like shake it a little.
She she will be able to in that case, and just gonna shake your helmet a little bit, and then kind of puts like her hands on the bands of her backpack, and will say, "Now I have some more people to scare." Well, thank you kindly for your patronage. I'll see you some other time, gallant knight.
Atlas,
people to scare. Fuck yeah, this is all grandmother.
Atlas takes out their wristwatch to see if to check the time, and then realizes, wait, I didn't fucking synchronize this, and I don't even know how time is kept here.
If you had met up with Ace, she could have synced watches because of her magic item. Oh wait,
yeah, probably,
no,
actually.
Oh wait, no, you can't right now because it's currently out of service because of different infusions being used right now.
Oh damn.
Yeah, Signis does have a working pocket watch, but it's slightly off because of things betwixt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that is Merchant Hag Melentia, who's gonna be in town in case y'all need to buy any more miscellaneous goods out of her. What's it called? Let me add. Where did I put her profile in the journal? Here we go. The
crazy old lady.
Don't be for competition.
Yeah, I love her. Old ladies, admittedly.
Hey, I'm glad she made an impact. What's it called? But besides that, there would be really no interruptions on your way to the fort, Atlas. What's it called? As for you, Ace, you have a fucking bucket list here too of items that you want to purchase.
Yeah.
Well,
with Ace thinking about it, and then looking at her list and looking at the time. Oh dang it! I don't have time to make too many smoke bombs. Takes hours. Now that I think about it, I should have did this before I left the village. But then again, we ain't got much stuff anyhow. And in Ace's mind, she's thinking, okay, if I was in if I was back in Omenport, first place I'd go is somebody kind of shifty, somebody that nobody wanted to talk to. Maybe maybe there's somebody who's black market dealer, or somebody who's peddling goods outside of town. But who's gonna be doing that?
He's gonna bump into the old lady. No one wants to fucking talk to them.
This old lady fucking sneezes and like it's like Atlas hears it from the distance.
I mean, I
Like,
could
at
say
the very
you run.
least, you can buy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, at the very least, she can at least buy like a bag of caltrops and a bag of ball bearings.
Melange is just walking
From,
in
like,
the background, in the back of the frame of the shot. She's just looking behind Ace, while Ace is like, I wonder who could be peddling goods at this time. What's it called?
I wonder who the shady new merchant in town that no one really wants to talk to, as the old lady just wanders behind them.
So
Just tiny old
caltrops.
lady hobbling about.
It seems like a bag of caltrops is like 1 gold piece. So like,
A bag of caltrops is gold.
yeah, I'll say you know, there's like a, what's it called? Caltrops are usually like tools used by huntsmen, aren't they? Like, you know, back in the day. So I'll say there's probably like a huntsman's lodge somewhere in town that you'll be able to purchase some items from. So yeah, 1 gold piece for a bag of 20 caltrops.
Alright, and bags of ball bearings.
Ball bearings. That's another 1 GP.
Where the fuck do you get ball bearings?
Is this gonna
What are they
be?
fucking used for?
Yeah, I was gonna say like that was a little bit of a specialized job. What's it called?
She'll be looking for like maybe a tinker or a blacksmith, because these
There is-
are what.
There
Is she gonna like
a
ask if,
blacksmith
for ball bearings specifically?
like there is a blacksmith in town, but like, you know, they don't really do like ball bearings, you know, because that's again a very oddly specific thing to ask for. I'm gonna say they might be able to spare some in like a quick job, as it were. You know, just kind of grab a bunch of stuff that they probably can use as ball bearings. Generally use ball bearings are generally used for advanced gear mechanisms. Pretty sure exactly.
I do have a
Nathan?
question. Did Ace like ask like for ball bearings out loud?
Ace would, like, Ace knowing that this is more of a medieval place, she would say like, got any like some spare scrap metal, some old rivets, some spare joint pieces for suits of armor, some chain, some ring links.
Cygnus
for,
might
for like a
Cygnus
bridle.
might just like Cygnus might just like manifest behind Ace. Is I think I think Ink I can save you the effort there, as he pulls a bag of ball bearings out of his pocket. Just
Where
and
do you
like
come from? Yeah, you beat Ace's passive perception.
Hi, hi. I got curious, so I followed you. Would you like the ball bearings or not?
Sure.
Yeah. Cygnus just hands over the bag, and I no longer have a bag of ball bearings.
Okay.
I will need to find in somebody to make me another set later on, but what are you planning to use those for? I was mildly curious.
Well, given that some of my tricks, a few tricks up my sleeve are a bit limited use, thought it best to improvise a little bit during the fights and all. At the
Interesting.
little event. And oh, if we're still at the blacksmith, Ace would ask if they have any like old rags they don't need anymore.
Blacksmith. Who
Are you gonna
appears
make a
to be-
fucking slingshot?
Who appears to be this sort of like younger looking individual, will say we might have some old drags. I think. Why?
Uh, a bit of a project I'm working on. Bit of a scrap project I'm working on.
Hmm.
Bit of a tinker and smith myself, and if you and also if you have any soot that from the last forging y'all did.
What exactly do you need soot for?
Personal project.
Signis like raises an eyebrow. Interesting. He's just gonna say, I do wonder, I may require some help up making something down the line, and I have a feeling you're one of the few who could actually help with this. I think you've figured out that I have quite the propensity for being able to
Yes, I know about your line of
chooses.
work.
Yes, sometimes some walls are a little bit too difficult to scale in an efficient manner without being spotted. And holding a grappling hook is holding and throwing a grappling hook not particularly easy. Any possible tools you could help me design or craft that might assist with that?
Well, know how to make a fancy pair of boots that's good for scaling up walls. Helped a buddy of mine with that for helping out painting and some new signs. If you get me a decent pair of shoes, and maybe like a couple of days, I might be able to make you some.
Out of character, I was actually just looking to get like a fucking wrist mounted grappling hook, man.
She's offering to make you slippers of spider climb.
Signis can already do that. He has the athlete feet.
But yeah, can you stick to a wall though?
That is true.
Yeah, you would require both your hands to be climbing, which means that you can't really use anything other than like maybe a one-handed weapon. So Slippers of Spider Climb lets you use everything.
Yeah, that would be fun maybe down the line, but yeah, Signis will like think about it. Maybe down on the line, and that would be good, but as of today, maybe not. Oh yeah, I just realized something. Fuck, can Can we say that Signis made like some fucking paper last night during the long rest?
I asked if everybody people were doing shit during the long rest, and people were like, nah.
Yeah.
So
I
uh,
forgot.
Sure. Like how many papers would you have tried to do?
Probably just like 2 frost paper.
Sure. You just discount the souls of your inventory, or gold
Yeah,
if you're
just
using
gonna
it.
discount the souls.
What's it called? Again, souls are being used as substitute for gold in case the audience may not be aware. Well, yeah, I would have been able to do that.
Yeah. Yippee! I have paper. That's going to be fun. Anyways, it is so Cygnus is so yeah, that's gonna be the situation. And I have a feeling that's the end of the conversation there. Or
Okay.
because there's nothing really else to talk about, but Cygnus would just probably hang around Ace until she's done with her shenanigans.
In that case, well, Ace, unless you're buying anything else from the list that you got there besides the caltrops and the bell bearings, which, you
Yeah,
And the
she'd
scraps of
realized
leather.
like, no, scraps of metal. They ain't
Oh,
leather.
shit.
Well, now that you gave her like ball bearings, she doesn't need those. If they still give the soot and the old rags.
they will just like look at you weirdly, but say, well, I guess take it off our hands. Just give you like a couple of old, like torn rags that were perhaps used to clean like oil off a weapon or something, but they no longer need it. They have a couple more that serve that purpose.
Yeah, she'll be looking for any sort of, if it's shit, like now who could be a shifty sort of thinking in her head like what, any sort of merchant or peddler that might be selling stuff that maybe not too many people.
Valencia walks in the background again. And what's it called? You see the blacksmith go
What are you
like,
buying?
okay, you're gonna have to go. I can't. That lady over there. I need to close the shop. And the blacksmith just
What's wrong?
basically shoves you off the establishment.
Ace
what's it
picking
called?
that up, she's like, huh. And she'll go see the old lady with basically the pack on her back. Excuse me, miss?
Oh, dear me. Hello, dearie. Oh, your hair is a bit. She looks over and does like a gesture, like, "Are you all right, sweetie?"
What's a bright bug?
It's natural. Oh, don't worry about it. It tends to do that.
Okay. Well,
I'm a pyromancer.
oh, you're one of those. Okay, I understand. It's quite the destructive force fire, isn't it? But it looks good on you, sweetie. And what? Not many people approach me though. So one has approached me today. Looks like I'm on a roll. Would you care to take a look at my wares?
Yes, please.
I assume Cygnus
Bob.
is just like standing behind her. It's just like, I think we wouldn't mind taking a look.
Well, then
Oh.
feel free. Once again begins to lay out like is the process of putting down the backpack, grabbing stuff from inside, putting it on the floor.
Ace would probably like
you
help
know?
her with the pack if she's kind of setting it down.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. Thank
I'm
you.
surprised. I'm surprised she just didn't open up like the cloak and just was like, "What are you buying?"
Oh, yeah, she does give you those
Those
vibes.
tense novels
Uh,
for outdoor events. Hey, that's pretty cute.
Mhm.
What's it called?
Ace. Where are my manners? My name's Ace. This here's my friend Walker.
Oh, hello. I am Valencia, and well, Don't be too thrown off about my appearance. People tend to do that all the time. Here's is there anything that you interest you from my wares?
Ace looking through and sees the friggin' bombs. You see her eyes kind of light up a little bit, figuratively and literally, as they have like a little bit of a glint to them. Like, what's this?
Oh, these are some fine imports from various nations. Caught your eye, did it?
They're real interesting. What do they do? Ace playing up the, I don't know what this is. Ace kind of figures out what.
You throw them at people, and magic happens, so to speak. She does like a hand opening explosion, like hand gesture, basically.
You don't say. Ace in her mind has an evil grin on her face. How much are these?
No, for you, sweetie. And she tells you the price. Also, were you gonna say
Speaking
something?
of, what is a bright bug?
Oh.
What's a bright bug and what are the mystery keys? Cygnus would just like look at theirs like, what are these two? Looking at the mystery key and the bright bug. Like his eyes were like temporarily like it shifted to the human effigies, knowing that he has one in his fucking inventory. Just turns back to the things though.
She'll say, "Oh, this one's a very rare one." She pulls out like a little jar that has like a bright bug inside. You have seen bright bugs before. They showed up during the the night when everybody started sharing stories. One of them landed on Atlas. Melanchia will say, they say that these little critters taste the best when they're about to expire. She will kind of shake the jar a little bit, and the bright bug like it's thrown around in the jar. And she,
bro, that like you just look inside its little face. It's like,
let me update the merchant hacks inventory as well, because Atlas bought the lockstone as well.
I see the little strikeout that you did.
Okay, I will show you what bright bugs do.
It would be hella funny if down the line.
What the fuck do you mean ingesting a bright bug?
Eat it.
Yeah, you just like munch, you eat it.
Damn.
Then you deal 2 more damage and reduce damage by 2.
That's
for the next
pretty
minute.
good. I'm not gonna lie though, it would be really fucking funny if we come back like if the merchant appears again and the stock just says dead bright bug 2.
Okay.
Just like it's just been there, it fucking died.
Ace kind of look in her pocket, sees like the $1 and then the rest of the gold coins that she has. Well, out of curiosity, do y'all happen to take souls? A bit strapped for cash.
Oh, sweetie, do I ever? I'm probably the only merchant in this surrounding area that takes those. A lot of people do not like dealing in them. It reminds them of, dark times that could be coming. So... Yes, dearie, I do take those. In fact, just earlier, a very kind, gallant knight traded with me in such currency.
Yeah, Cygnus turns to Atlas. Sorry, Cygnus turns to Ace. It's just like...
Like turns like automatically like a compass like towards the direction, like they're just staring at a mini map.
Fucking activated aimbot and just looks over.
This turns to Ace. Sorry, just like there's 2 people who that could be.
Would they happen to be really tall, armor looks kind of silverish and a little bit.
Oh, yes, just the one. Do you know them? Are you friends with them?
There's one person that could be.
Yeah, friend of ours.
Then that explains why you seem to be just as kind as they are.
And interesting little urns. She looks at the lightning and the. She looks at the friggin' witching urn as well.
Are there anything special about throwing daggers she's selling, or are they just normal ass fucking throwing daggers?
They're just throwing daggers. Like, what's it called? They are, effectively daggers, 1d4 damage, whatever, but instead of the regular, 20 to 60 feet thrown range, is 30 to 90 feet throwing range.
Okay.
Oh, Signis might take a few of those.
What's the deal with these little urns you got here?
Another import. Same as the ones before. Throw them at something or someone and watch the magic happen.
Okay. Well, in that case, let's say
Same shit as the first.
I'll take all these off your hands.
All the witchiners and the firebombs? Question mark?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, damn.
Yeah.
She's rich. She's rich in souls at the very least at this point.
Let's say that's 500 souls from the life gems, plus 200 from the pharaoh stones, then an additional 40 from the urns. That's 740 souls.
Oh, now I may have enough to retire after this.
Signis is gonna buy 5 throwing daggers.
That's 745.
Oh, Jesus.
Is Valencia gonna have to deal with bombs and sand in her eyes and caltrops? You don't know.
I like how Rock went to Valencia like, if we fight, I won't use my extreme shit. It'll be an actual fight. Meanwhile, Ace, I'm gonna need some of these. Oh, rat poison. That looks good.
Like, here's the thing. She's not gonna try and blow up. She's not gonna try and blow up Roland because she likes Roland.
All right.
We do not blow up the horse.
So you're telling me
Wait,
the only thing stopping you from blowing them up is Roland?
Yes.
Signis is actually gonna point at 2 different things. This key seems interesting, but also, what are those? He's pointing at the herbs.
You see as the key is kind of like this long, kind of thin looking metal key that looks like it's kind of old.
I'm just gonna clear out this old grandma's fucking inventory.
It does look like it's kind of old. Like there does seem to be some wear, and rust building up into the key. She says, "Ooh, this is my special prize here, sweetie. For the appropriate customer, of course. This may be a very useful tool. For anybody else, however, may not be worth that much. But I think once the appropriate customer comes along, well, they'll know what to do with this, I think."
Ace looks over at Signis. She's got like a knowing look of,
So Signis is just gonna look at her, just like give her the look of like that sibling look that you give when you to like your younger or older sibling, like dibs. Like you can intrinsically tell it.
I'm gonna show you what the amber herb does.
Amber herb. Does it actually consume this urn?
Jesus Christ.
Yo! Drawback. Next time you would take a short rest.
You don't.
Wait a second, these are the fucking magic drugs.
Yeah.
But not. I guess not addictive.
What's
Time
it
you would
called?
take short rest.
Yeah, so
Oh.
basically, you have, say, a maximum of three first level spell slots. You take one of these to regain one during battle. You won't get that spell slot back on the next long rest. What's it called? So, because you're choosing to gain it now to not gain it later, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, so honestly, this is only useful for the 2 people who are standing right there.
Yeah. Because we the only
Well,
people.
Atlas
Well,
also
yeah,
uses
Atlas.
spell slots. Like,
I was gonna
Yeah,
have to
but
say,
you
Oh, right, I
Like-
forgot.
yeah, but I was gonna say that might be why it's better to give it to Atlas because it can get more smites in a battle.
Atlas ain't here right now, so.
I know, but I mean, if we get the herbs and we don't use them, it might be useful for them, like for the long term.
how the
Because
fuck? I mean, to be fair, how the fuck are you supposed to feed them to the fucking?
I'm sure-
Atlas?
I'm sure Rock could just puree them or some shit into a potion.
Like, if anything, the person who actively uses a lot more magic is Ace.
The
But
fuck you
still.
mean? Signis like fucking casts so much decelerate.
Yeah, but magic missile ain't cheap.
I had this argument
Yeah.
in character.
No. No.
Take it or
but-
leave it, sweetie.
Yeah.
Make a choice.
Okay. Like Ace,
Signis
like,
is
in the
gonna buy
background,
the
I want to
key.
say like Ace and Signis were playing rock paper scissors for the key.
She got really fucking like excited that like these two are like, oh yeah, they're friends with like the nice night person, and she's just saying, oh no, these are children.
Okay, fine, you win. Fine, you win. You can get the key.
Signis buys the key.
You got yourself a mystery key. Well, you'll find out what that opens.
How
Maybe
much does it
sometime.
weigh?
Nothing. It's just-
Mystery Mouse Cthulhu.
No, it's,
Oh wait, that I should not say that. Disney will fucking
it's,
DMCA us.
it's not worth any weight, as it were. It's negligible weight. But obviously, you don't know what this thing's gonna open. Like, for all you know, you could have been scammed. But no take backsies.
Oh, I've seen these. I've seen a couple of these before. Life gems.
Yes, your friend clear out all the the lesser ones, but there's still a handful here.
How many lesser ones did you have?
Like 10, I think.
Signis is just like looks at Ace. Well, that was cleared you out.
Well, if anything, I'll take two of them. I'll take two of these off your hands.
Thank you kindly, dearie.
I just realized Atlas went to a store and just bought a collection of cool rocks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, huh?
And Ace is the only one who actually uses them for their intended purpose. Forget.
I mean, Atlas used theirs. Actually, no, they used the smooth silky stone.
But yeah. Would you buy anything else from Valencia?
No.
Okay.
I think that's all the purchasing Ace is gonna do. Also, you didn't write what the damage was for the urn.
No,
Which is
it is. It
It's
is
the same as
written
the
there.
regular bombs.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
The
Yes,
fuck?
it's-
It's just force
going
instead.
yeah.
Ah, okay.
The key difference between this and like a regular Baldus bomb is that this one's only deal 1d8 instead of 1d10, but they can be used by anybody. They're considered like simple weapons basically for purposes of being used. You can add however many of the bombs that you purchase, which I guess is all of them.
Yeah, all the bomb weapons.
So with that exchange, Valencia kind of picks up the backpack again and says, "Thank
Hello?
you." Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Sorry, my fucking headphones had skill issue. They just shat themselves. Jesus Christ. Couldn't hear anything for the last like 4 minutes.
Damn. Okay. Well, I mean, I was just asking if people were buying like anything else from her.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I think Signis will probably just buy like 1 amber herb and just be done with it from there.
Okay, in that case, 1 amber herb off her inventory. So,
She's walking away with hella cash today. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
I'm going to treat myself to something good down the line. Oh, also, your friend invited me to that little town of yours, so I may swing by at some point, I think.
If you don't, I wouldn't. I don't think we would mind having you stay for a while. That would be delightful.
I just realized something that's effectively because of her own words of people not really wanting to buy with souls. Unless other places use souls, we effectively just sold an old lady cryptocurrency because she's extremely wealthy, provided she can find somewhere that takes the money.
She has to. I just imagine like her stock will just like swap with Shalquar down the line. Like Shalquar's stock goes to dog shit, and then we just see it on her inventory, like double the price later on.
Well, Shalquar sells specific magic items. The Melentia just sells general useful shit. But yeah. Also, call with that. Just if y'all won't do much of anything else unless until heading your way towards the towards the fort. Just moving through people once again. Rock, you do find some people that are dealing with nothing really serious. You're all pretty low in the D100. It is like how do I word? What's the word in English here?
Sprain?
Not like a sprained like knee, but like some kid. Some snot-nosed kid just like fell and like hit their knee and scraped it against the floor.
So yeah, like a bruise or scrape.
It was like a scraped knee, basically. As you see, like a like a mother, kind of like
the
trying
kid tripped and ate shit.
Like a mother just trying to like tend to the kid's like injury. Basically, going from the angle of like, no, you're all right. It's just a scratch. Would you assist them or you just pass them by?
Like, part of me is like, be nice, help kid. Other part of me just goes to rock right. It's just telling the kid to walk it off and leave. Because it's not really, like, infection, yeah, but it's like, otherwise it would just be leave. Because, like, if it was a serious injury, yeah, but this is, like, it's an older time, so medicine's, but like, it's a scraped fucking knee.
So,
you
just walk past the kid.
Yeah, like,
dang.
Like Rock's not gonna go out of his way to just treat a random scraped knee. That shit builds character. You gotta learn to deal with it.
The shit builds character every parent ever.
Not builds
character. Okay.
I'm not
here, folks. Rock says,
like,
freak these kids.
Like, if it was a serious injury, yeah, but it's like you scraped your knee, shit happens, walk it off.
I just realized, would this kid like start fucking crying because like their mom's like, oh yeah, like you're okay, you won't, this isn't the end of the world, you're not gonna die, and then they see a fucking giant vulture walk past them.
Like Plague Doctor, like herald of the end times, fucking walks by, and the kid like stares at you, Rock,
fucking
and then they just go like, what? Into and mother.
Rock quite literally just seeing the kid just says walk it off. It's not that bad as he believes as he's walking back.
The mother just kind of like holds the kid's like head like against her, like Lusa, you like, damn motherfucker, and then just
Don't look at my fucking kid like.
Like, it's not that bad.
You want to know what's? You want to know what's really funny? Rab said it in his normal accent, I'm literally finding it hilarious that Rab is just so annoyed at this little shit tripping and fucking falling that he lost the German accent.
Also, it makes sense Rock's not gonna be tactful and kind. Bro has a -1 charisma. Bro's charisma's a 9. He ain't gonna be tactful about it.
All right.
He ain't gonna console. He's not gonna console the child. Hell, if he treated the child, he would just pour the antiseptic stuff parents usually give their kids when they scratch their knee, and then wipe that on their kneecap.
Fuck them kids.
And then just like if it was a serious injury, yeah, but it's like you scraped your knee. It'll help.
Damn.
It'll build your character. It'll toughen you up a bit to just learn to deal with it. You can't cry over everything.
Alright. In that case, you,
Builds character.
you
Rock
walk away from the
2025.
kid. Which leads me to, Marine, would Shield bearer do anything on the way to the fort or stop by anywhere?
I mean, first he would dash throughout the city as his morning run.
Some people who are also on their morning run steer clear the fuck away from the bear that is like sprinting at high speed across the fucking town. So
Yeah, like twice the speed of normal human. He's just there.
you know, there you catch a couple of people going like, oh wait, it's a beast smoke. I guess
It's like warning as he just ran past. Is it alright if I find more
This really just is.
Melantia as well?
Sure. You will.
We've
roll me
cleared
a
out
dex
half
save
his
to see
fucking
if you don't
turret
turn the
fucking
corner around and
stock.
crash into her. No, just kidding.
Don't fucking kill her.
Jesus,
No.
yay, free wares.
No, you no need to roll anything. Melantia will be around, and she says, "Oh dear, sweetie, you almost gave me the scare of a lifetime there. Are you quite all right? Not often I see people like you around here in these parts of Drangleic."
What do you mean, people like me?
Sorry, that was
yes,
my
sir.
older generation speaking. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, sorry to give you that scare. I heard there were some wares being sold around here. Could you
Oh.
point me in the right direction?
Word is spreading already. I'm on a roll. 4 people today. Well, sweetie, I do trade in various types of things. But I don't necessarily always take gold. Sometimes we can trade in souls if you want to. But a lot of people don't do that. It's apparently is frowned upon by some folk. Regardless, however, if you have the coin, as it were, I have what you may need. We'll show you once again. Every time she takes off the backpack and lays the wares on the ground, it's a bit faster.
Oh my
'cause
god.
It's a bit faster because like she has less shit to carry because people keep
Yeah.
buying things. So
By the end of it, she's gonna be like sprinting out of the town. It's like her entire stock's being cleared, and she's like, yippee! Just like
Shieldbird.
fucking, like moving faster than Shield Bear.
Cuba does help her take the back off and everything.
another kind soul. Are you in any way connected to those kind fellows from before? A woman with their hair on fire, and a young lad with a fancy outfit, and a gallant knight in silver armor.
Yes, I am.
Oh dear me,
Shoes.
I have hit the jackpot with you fellows. Sorry. I think the more I earn, the more I get excited. So, apologies for that, sweetie.
To help
Oh,
you.
that is, this is wonderful.
You said she was hungry, right?
That's what she said to Atlas, but you haven't seen
no.
her go
Like-
anywhere to purchase food ever since we started arriving at town and selling shit.
Oh
Right.
my god.
No, I thought maybe she looked like
Again,
malnourished. Is that
Yeah,
the
she
right word?
does look malnourished. She does look sickly and
Ah,
pale,
yeah.
but like she seems to be acting in a way that doesn't really match her otherwise like sickly appearance, other than just putting on like a weak voice.
Yes, Super would ask, you look a bit malnourished.
Oh, thank you.
Alright.
Um, I'm all right, sweetie. No need to worry about little old me. This is just how I look at the time, it seems. But nothing a bit of a morning exercise can't handle.
Sure, I do have some spare smoked fish.
Ooh, you smoke fish, you say? Please, I would enjoy one if you're parting with one of those.
Yeah, it would hand one out.
Thank you kindly,
Food tastes
dearie.
best when eaten together, right?
I would agree if I have eaten with somebody else for the last couple of years. But it's fine, dearie. Thank you for
My
this
God, this
regardless.
poor old lady.
Thank you for this
know-
regardless.
If you can't find a place to stay, we have a good place.
Your friends have already invited me to the town already, sweetie. I must say, the hospitality is already looking very, very well. So, thank you for the offer. I've already accepted it. I will come by when the time is right. Once I'm done selling my current stock.
I mean, knights do need to set an example, right?
You're also a knight. I see.
Training, yes.
Well, a knight is a knight regardless, sweetie. She kind of like reaches and like grabs your cheek as well. It feels awful, cause it has like a very dirty, like gnarled hand. So it doesn't feel super great.
Atlas was spared.
Silver will smile with it and even blush a bit.
He says, "Now,
How the
sweetie."
fuck does he blush? He's a black bear. I don't think you can see the skin underneath it.
Now
It's
what?
just anime blush.
Yeah!
There's like the 3 red lines on each side of the cheeks.
Anime block.
So, what can I help you with? Oh, there's a lot of dogs nearby, it seems. They don't like me either.
Yeah.
She will show you her stock.
Yeah. He would buy 3 life gems
Okay.
and 2 herbs.
3 uncommon life gems and the 2 amber herbs. Okay.
The fuck
He's
are you
like-
gonna use them for?
Yeah, he will say to Melanta, like, thank you. This looks like great gifts for a good friend of mine.
Oh, I see. Someone special, dearie?
Just good friends.
Well,
My first good friend.
well, you look out for your good friend then. Those are rare and far and few between nowadays, it seems. Lowly times these are, and all of that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move as fast as I can. It's just everybody separated. Everybody separated, I have to go to everybody. So,
Truly, we have
Yeah,
split the party.
We stayed in
the session
place.
is. I did name the session "Meeting the Locals," and that's technically what you guys are doing. Question mark.
To be fair, we're meeting the local.
She's not
We're
even
meeting the
No,
local.
she ain't met locals. She met other places.
Yeah, and Rock met a kid who is scared to life.
And he said, fuck
Also, like, I mean, to be fair,
them kids.
yeah, it's like, it's 2 hours. I look, it's like, oh yeah, wow, it's already been 2 hours. It's like, it's not even complaining that it's been slow. It's just like, oh damn, that time has already flown by.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
You-
get the let's.
You will buy the amber herb and the amber herbs plural, and 3 uncommon life gems.
I just realized something funny about all of this.
You guys are
Everyone else,
in this place.
excluding
Yeah.
Valencia, went straight to the thing. Never met anybody. Everybody else ran into the old lady, had a shop segment. Rock ran into a crying child, told him to walk it off, fucking
Get
left.
the fuck out.
Shows up, tells him to walk it off, explains nothing, doesn't elaborate further, leave.
God, this party is fucking amazing.
What's it called?
Never asked for your name, miss. Mine is Schilberg.
Oh, that's a fancy name. Mine is nothing so fancy. I'm just Melentia. They call me the Merchant Hag. Or, well, they call me a hag, but I am a merchant.
Do you like to be named Merchant Hag? I think it has a good
At this
ring.
point, sweetie, I think it's part of the branding.
Exactly. You get it. Well, with that, I hope you can enjoy your fish and take care.
I will take care and enjoy this fish, sweetie. Thank you once again. I have been ever so hungry. You see, but the moment you turn away and begin to like walk off, you just hear like,
Jesus fucking Christ!
This inhuman sound like comes from like over your shoulder. What's it called? You can tell
Grandma
she's
hungry.
voracious, about eating that fish.
Gam's hungry.
Dashes off to the arena.
Okay, and well, finally, Valencia. What will you do on the way to the fort, or nothing particular? You just head to the fort.
Just head to the fort.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
funny at this point.
Thank you.
Like a little pen for.
I imagine.
events.
I imagine Cersei would not let Melentia like get anywhere close to Melentia. Or the other way around. Let
To
Melentia get
Valencia.
close to Melentia.
It's just like the dichotomy of the party. Like most of the party is like, oh hey, old lady, this one's actually quite nice. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take this. And then we've got like Valencia and her retainer is like, oh my god, it's a poor person. Get the fuck out of the way. Just like fucking starts being able to
Valencia
stick.
wouldn't mind like talking to them, but I imagine like as we're walking, Cersei like sees Valencia and just like insists to Valencia that she found a shortcut to the castle and makes like
Very well.
Meanwhile, just Rock sees a crying child, tells him to walk it off, doesn't elaborate further, leave.
In that case, you guys all begin one by one to arrive at Fort Cardinal.
Signis would go to the side and before arriving in an entirely different outfit and wearing the mask.
Okay. You do that. You guys have seen the fort before when you first were walking into town. It's a fort that stretches out for seemingly miles on end throughout the western shores of Drangleic. It is signified by a couple of telltale landmarks about the fort. One would be one of the few central towers of the fort that stands very tall, taller than everything else around the fort. Kind of like this square, I guess watchtower of sorts that has some form of like bell, perhaps at the very top. Made almost 3,000 souls. What's it called? And the other things that kind of stand out, telltale of Fort Cardinal, are these large humanoid statues of like this armored up individuals that, as far as the people of Drangleic know, and those of you who are like more accustomed, I guess, to living in the setting, who have been around for a while more, would know they don't specifically represent anyone in particular. They're just meant to be kind of like, signifying of the might of Drangleic's army. The fort's doors are manned by this group of different guards that stand on the ramparts there, who don't really like stop you guys like too much in if you approach. They merely ask identify yourself. What is your purpose of approaching the fort? And are you carrying anything that we should be made aware of? Which, if unless all of you guys say yes, I'm carrying this neutrino bomb with me, and like you don't. I assume you guys don't like rat each other out during this particular.
No,
Yes.
Ace is going to hide her. Ace hid all the bombs in her bag of holding, so.
Okay.
There's like literally no way they can tap down Atlas.
Yeah.
What if the rat it on Ace?
If
Jesus.
If Val
What
rented
would-
out Ace would fight her.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what you're here for to do.
What's we're here
no,
to do?
like she jump her. Like after the
Like-
fight.
He's jumping me. He's jumping me.
I feel like Valencia would like tell them like, hey, by the way, check her bag. It's full of stuff.
Yeah, well, certain
Meanwhile-
suspicious individual.
Like, I would.
Very easy
They
to
don't-
describe too.
Woman, flaming hair.
But also, Rock has his stuff stored in Valencia's bag, not in Atlas's bag. So would Valencia also risk Rock losing his shit? Granted, he can make more of it, but still.
Yes, you meant Ace in Ace's bag.
Wouldn't
Yeah, I meant
she
Ace.
be too proud to try and cheat a way out?
That's not cheating.
That's just informing them of a security risk.
Yeah.
What's with the trouble? Come on.
But also, then they also like that would also affect Rock. 'Cause Rock doesn't have a bag of holding, and he's not good at sneaky, so he'd also be having to store his stuff in his
Carrying
bag.
bombs into the castle.
So,
It's
This
not my
is-
fault. Bombs are part of my combat kit.
so Valencia would like say, hey, there might be some suspicious individual with flaming hair that carries some materials that you might want to investigate. Check her bag. The soldiers would go, thank you for the warning, miss. And they will...
Meanwhile, Ace comes in like 30 minutes later.
Ace comes in and you
I-
see as a couple of the soldiers that are dressed very similarly to the ones that originally stopped you at the entrance of town, will say, halt, traveler. We are conducting a random search on every couple of individuals who arrive at the fort. Apologies about this. Seems you have lost the draw here. Would you mind if we take a look at your belongings?
Ace get the idea. This is a shake.
Microaggressions.
Ace.
Wait, what?
Looks. She got hit with the
random
third
search.
car. Are y'all
This-
doing this because it's a random search, or are you doing this because I'm a pyromancer?
They look over at you and says, you being a pyromancer has nothing to do with this, ma'am. We're just conducting our due diligence here.
Dang.
I
I
imagine
came in.
I imagine Signis at this point fucking walks past and like turns, or as he does so, and he's like in the most suspicious looking fucking like outfit possible, like fucking hood, mask on, like looks like an actual person who's like gonna fucking cause harm. Walks right through.
I mean, you just let 4 people walk past already, and also, I'm here because I signed up for the little contest last night, and the last scars didn't say anything about that. You know, I think that's kind of, what your watch commander or whoever is in charge will say you stopping folks in the who actually bringing y'all.
You're
some,
resisting so fucking much.
yeah, Ace is just like miffed, but also like
You're getting so much more suspicious than you already were.
anyway, Ace is like,
Can-
okay, if
Can,
y'all
can
checking
Signis?
in folks,
Can-
check. I ain't got nothing to hide. I got
You
my tools. I
see
got
as
my
the
implements.
guards kind of look at each other. They begin to like pat you down basically and say, could you open that bag, ma'am?
Sure,
Uh,
and with the bag of holding, because as an action you mentally call out a specific item. So as a way to kind of make it look like, oh, because if you stick your hand in it, it just feels like a regular bag. But if you call stuff out, she'll just pull out the stuff that she has. So she'll pull out various toolboxes. Friggin'.
Okay, so I want to say, by the way, that's not actually in the description of the 5th edition bag of holding. That's more of like what they've talked about in like through 3rd edition. That's how the bag of holding worked in terms of like mentally commanding and like, you know, having it like be discreet. There is actually no such description of it in the 5th edition reading of the bag of holding.
They took that out? What the frig?
Yeah, it literally just says if the bag is turned inside out, its contents spill forth unharmed. So they literally could just turn it up, like, you know, inside out.
Oh boy. Well, at least Rock's stuff is back in Ace's room. Back in Ace's room.
It's true. Like, she's not carrying like drugs.
So, are you pulling out like the bombs and stuff? Like in.
Yeah, cause like she's not gonna hide anything from the guards, cause she's not trying to cause too much trouble.
The guards look at the. They don't know what a lot of your contraptions are. Like they just look at it and say it must be some form of like, Alchem device. You know, some Iron King shit like here. You know, they don't really like question it too much. They just see like weird looking crossbow. Like everything just looks like a crossbow to them. They don't really understand. And they, but when they get to around like finding like the explosives, they kind of look at it and look at them and say, "Well, ma'am, I'm afraid we're going to have to hold on to these ones for the time being. There's well." The current combat demonstration for today is taking place in a controlled environment, and, well, not to say that we don't trust your abilities, because I've never seen somebody handle pyromancy the way that you do with your hair, if I may be honest. Then I believe we might need to keep these explosives under control unless absolutely necessary.
Can Signis like fucking slip? Can Signis like slip like a card into like one of their pockets, like secretly, just like freak them the fuck out?
I mean, they're currently frisking Ace, so I don't think it'd be wise. I'll
do it to one of the guards.
Well, you can roll me
not the one, not the one at the gate, but somewhere else.
Yeah, you can
out of character. Sorry.
Character.
That is an 18.
What's it called? You slip one of the cards into one of the nearby guards. Not precisely the ones that are, you know, like doing the check, I guess, on Ace. But you do see that, you know, nobody seems the wiser as you like slip by after that, having not really been searched too thoroughly.
Signis just having him walked past, just like.
You know what? Friggin'. Actually, you say it's a controlled combat, then. Well, if that's the case, then I'll allow y'all to hold the fire. Yeah, they have the firebombs. The friggin' urns, however. They're just like jars, right?
They look like jars. Like you can, if you want to, like slip them past them, you can roll me a sleight of hand as well to try and like hide them from their side.
Roll sleight of hand. Well, this is their turf. They know what these are. So I guess.
Well, specifically the witching urns are originally imports from Melfia, which is a nation far to the east. What's it called? But yeah, you can roll me the sleight of hand.
None the while. Okay. So, well, if you, well, and Ace kind of thinking about it, like, if it's a controlled, if you're making sure this is a controlled environment, must make you aware. One of the contestants tends to have a bit more uncontrollable flammable reactions than myself.
Everybody's throwing each other under the fucking bus at the
A
moment.
blonde-haired knight with red scales.
Didn't we just let that one
comic
pass earlier?
features.
You see, you hear one of them mutter to the other.
Did they like just like look at each other and be like, "Yeah, she's a noble. What do you want?"
We let that one pass. They kind of mutter towards each other. Wait, didn't we let that one pass earlier? Yeah, but she had like a crest, right? She's nobility. Though she did seem familiar to us.
Ace is
one of them says, "Look, ma'am, we can look into all of this in a moment, but the matter still stands."
like I said, you can hold on to them till the demonstration's over, and I'll collect them.
Swing by the eastern post, and you'll have your belongings returned to you once you're done.
Well, thank you, kind. Legends. Thank you for your
eventually-
civic duties.
They will nod along and say, "We're just doing this to protect everybody. Now move along."
Move along. Move along.
Eventually, you all will be allowed, passage into the fort itself, and that is a 20. Yeah, you're all pretty good. Yeah, you definitely hit all of that from them. In that case, let me switch to a different music here.
Ace has a feeling she got ratted out by friggin' Val, so she's ratting her out as well, being friggin' drag on with that kind of BS.
Okay.
Fucking narcs.
Everybody's been knocking on each other today. Seems.
Specifically Ace and Valencia.
Give me a second
The
while I
pettiest
find
of squabbles.
a more appropriate song here.
They really be having that older younger sibling fucking relationship complaining. Like what like older sibling or younger sibling snitches on on other siblings.
So,
It's not even
compare
older
it.
sibling, younger sibling. It's a fucking twin dynamic.
so
Yeah, because they're the
One
same
sibling,
age.
one sibling snitches on the other. It's like, all right, I gotta get my get back.
Inside Fort Cardinal, the place seems to stretch out endlessly, with multiple walkways, open courtyards, stairs that seemingly lead all over the fort. The main entryway is but a fraction of the entire length of and size of the fort. The combat demonstration itself will take place over one of the in a northeastern courtyard, a little bit further towards one of the corners of the fort, in right of the shadow of the largest tower of Fort Cardinal. This inner courtyard itself and the ones before it are always at all times manned by a number of different soldiers bearing the coat of arms of Drangleic. Some of them rank and file infantrymen, others, a little bit higher ranking soldiers. All of them diligently performing their duties as lookouts, patrols, and the like. You see some of them are actually being sent out of the fort in patrols as you guys are entering. And for the most part, everything seems to be operating pretty smoothly. You even see some stables inside the fort where they seem to be holding some of their horses. Very wide, ample stables with plenty of space for the animals to stay at. You see that some people in the ramparts of the fort are performing maintenance on this large ballistae that they have set up as defenses that are mostly pointed towards the south, north, and western side of the fort. almost as if they're not really expecting to be attacked from the east because, well, that's where the rest of Drangleic is at. You would see once you begin to approach the grounds of the inner courtyard where the combat demonstration will take place. Which throttle all of this, by the way, you are being escorted by a couple of the guards. They don't just let you walk like as you please through here. They specifically guide you towards the area. You will see that there's already a number of different soldiers around here. Some of them are watching the the current combat demonstration that is happening, which is not part of the event, but it is a bit of a sparring session between a couple of people. You see that some others appear to be, shooting with arrows at the targets in the distance. Others are just kind of like, practicing their stances and repeating this like samey movements of like step forward, stab, step back, block, and kind of like repeating like similar movements like that. What's it called? You will eventually enter this area. Roughly most of you at the same time, because being stopped at the door kind of takes a bit of time for everybody. But some of you arrive a bit earlier than usual. I'll move you guys to the map that I have here. Give me 1 second.
Before a funny thing happens, could we take a short break for toilet, lunch, water, etc.?
We can if people want to do that. What's it called? I was just gonna describe something real quick here, because
After, sorry.
This is just something real quick. Because, well, you would see that there are actually one of the participants of the combating demonstration is already in the little ring, as there appears to be one of the Drangleic infantry soldiers, that seems to have gotten a little bit too high up on their horse, so to speak, as the infantry soldier can be heard crying out very loud, to the point where a lot of people in the area hear them, will say, "Tell me how the grass tastes, little man!" And begins to rush forward at this individual with sort of like gray, almost aluminum texture armor, rushes towards this individual. And the individual in question, seemingly wielding a curved greatsword of sorts, does a very sort of like swift movement where he basically bashes the weapon aside with the pommel of the sword, and then follows that up by a quick sort of like elbow strike at the infantry soldier, knocking them down onto the ground before they even have a chance to land a blow. You hear a collective "oh" from all the other like Drangleic soldiers around as they see. Am I doing an armor made of tinfoil? and you see, all the other guards kind of like do like that collective like shared pain, as it were, as they see their fellow infantry soldiers hit the ground. But the individual gets like laid out and he's kind of a bit dazed in there. But the man with the curved greatsword kind of like sheaths his weapon and then extends like a hand out to like help him back up, and says, "Your form is quite interesting. I believe you may have telegraphed that strike. Next time, do not try to raise the weapon too far above your head. It lets the enemy know an attack is coming." The Drangleic soldier kind of just like takes the hand of the individual and says, "Yep, I'll keep that in mind." Oh shit, sorry, my dog is going crazy. But with that, we can take a quick 5-minute break before we get into what's about to happen here. If that's alright with everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll put us in the Be Right Back page. So we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. If there is a noticeable difference in my current audio, I did have to lower the gain a little bit because it started getting very loud right outside my house. So I hope things are okay at the moment. No, and also y'all can see them, but our moderators, our chat moderator is currently here with us, sitting on the session. Maybe one day, if they want to, we can add like a little reactive image that is just like them looking over my shoulder. What's it called? So we'll see how that goes. What's it called? Where were we? Yes. Where were we? So this is where you guys would all have been escorted to. Valencia has set up their own tent a little bit towards the corner of the place. That has been graffitied, apparently vandalized by somebody. But as I described before, the individual with the sort of like aluminum texture armor, kind of like grayish looking armor, has taken down one of the Drangleic infantry. This wasn't part of the combat demonstration. He was just challenged, and they paid dearly the price. He will proceed to kind of like look a little bit embarrassed through body language. You can tell that he's not used to having that type of attention, and he just walks out of the combat ring. What's it called? At this point, what happened the last session that I described earlier, the other week, would happen now, where at some point all of the infantry and soldier individuals that are around here all stand at attention collectively and say, "Commander on deck." That's probably not the expression here, but that's what I'm saying at the moment. I'm not a military man. Don't
Hey.
me.
Hey, if you were in the Marines, you spot on.
You will see, as the individual that I described last session, Captain Drummond, will walk into the training grounds. All of the soldiers standing at attention, and he'll say,
Men, today is a particular event in the fort's history, a combat demonstration to see if our troops have what it takes to stand against the threats that may come the way of our nation. In here, we have a number of select few travelers, mercenaries, sellswords, and other individuals who have decided to take part in this demonstration. The purpose of this exercise? To study them, to train, to analyze their movements, see what we can improve in our own fighting styles, use what we can and what we can learn to further develop the strength of Drangleic's army. As such, some of our own participants, some of our own soldiers are taking part in this combat demonstration. We'll have to see if they can stand up against, this travelers and mercenaries. At any rate, what remains the same is that what I want to see today is a display of bravery, of true combat prowess, most of all of honor. I expect that not just from our own soldiers, but from our guests too. And you see as he begins to position himself a little bit further towards the end of the combat arena. Almost as if he's going to be overseeing this first. You see as he looks over at one of the soldiers to the side, and he'll say, "Corporal, announce the first participants." And the soldier pulls out like this rolled up piece of parchment, and you see it's kind of very extensive, and looks over and says, right, sir. He will kind of look over and say, our first participants of the first round in this combat demonstration are a knight from the land of Lindelt known as Alva the Wayfarer, facing off against an individual who preferred to have their identity remain anonymous, sir. One who, among the men of the garrison, we are collectively referring to as the mysterious traveler. The Captain Drummond looks over and kind of raises an eyebrow. And he says, I suppose I can respect a soldier or a warrior who wishes to keep their identity hidden. Very well, have them step forward. Now calling the mysterious traveler and Alba the Wayfarer, says the corporal next to Captain Drummond. Well, why don't we start with the mysterious traveler?
Da 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 da.
Kind of.
Is it gonna be Circuitous?
Out of the just the halls, you all kind of like hear like just a click clacking boots as you all see a hooded figure in like very long like burgundy rags, white hair kind of spilling out from beneath the hood in stark strands as when they make their way to the front of the arena, they kind of pull their hood down. You see their right eye, cold, inquisitive, and almost predatory, opalescent in color, cyan at the top melting into a deep orange as they stand up taller, not taking off the rag, but the holes in the cloak seem to betray some form of red, like bright red uniform, as if, stolen from a noble? Maybe they are a disgraced noble? Who knows? And they also wear a, on the left side,
Holy shit!
Left side of their face, they wear a scrap metal mask in a sort of crested horned formation that looks like it's just been welded together for the most part, but they use it to hide their identity a little bit more, as closer looks reveal a heavy scarring on the face. Who knows what they might be hiding underneath the rest of their mask, as they kind of like, stand very straight, very tall, as they kind of clear their throat. Soldiers, mercenaries, I am here because hard times make strong men. I am your hard times. Bereit und bewaffnet.
You make this statement, at the people around, and sorry, I had the stream on the background, so I want to make sure that our voices were coming through. I think mine is at the very least, and everybody else's too. Unless anybody can confirm this, the other voice.
Woo! Tournament arc.
But
The stream's muted on my end.
okay,
Yeah,
it's working. Is it working actually?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. In that case, the mysterious traveler will, makes this statement, and you see all the soldiers kind of like take a couple of looks at each other. Shield bearer, you see Alva next to you, looks over and says, "Right, I suppose I did. I suppose I will need luck. That one looks particularly impressive a fighter." You see as Alva steps over the fence, hops over the fence rather, looks over at you, mysterious traveler, and says, "Greetings. I'm Alva, known as the Wayfaring Knight, or just the Wayfarer. I'm in service for I'm in service for a saint of the land of Lindelt. And today I've come to test my blade against, my metal rather, against the people of this land, to see if I am fit to be under her service."
the traveler kind of like, slightly bows and says, "My name is not important. What is important is I will be your opponent. I wish you luck."
Right. Apologies. Well, I wish I could be a more impressive sight as an opponent, but I also wish you luck. You see as he pulls out like the curved greatsword, and kind of begins to adopt like a rather, finesse like stance basically. Looks over and will say, "I may have a lot to learn as per the way of the blade, but allow me at the very least this challenge. Now, let us go. And need you to roll initiative."
Yeah.
Damn.
What is your dexterity?
+5.
+5?
My initiative is +5. My dexterity is 14, so +2.
In that case, you are tied with Alva.
I do. What's it called? I guess I have I add my proficiency bonus to my initiative rolls, so.
Okay, in that case, will you go first? So Alva adopts the stance. What will you do?
So what Alva sees is they kind of close their eyes for a little bit, kind of take a breathe in, as kind of fast as lightning. They kind of leap up. More of their sort of. It's clearer that it's more of a parade uniform underneath their cloak, as they leap upwards, and their long legs come down like a hammer as they are going to attempt to slam their foot down. And as you all kind of see, there seems to be some sort of they're at the very least wearing metal boots. That's a 16.
16. Let me see. Alva the Wayfarer. 16 will miss actually. Alva parries your battle fist with his curved greatsword.
Okay. So normally this would be a what's it called? Yeah, so I'm going to attempt to grapple them.
Okay.
As they kind of turn the momentum into kind of a sweep.
He has a chance of pulling this off. So we'll see how it goes.
Ruhig, los!
You see as Alva tries to break off from from your grapple, basically. Kind of tech the grapple, basically. Tech the grab, and but he's unable to swipe your hand away, and you're able to kind of catch him by the red cloak that covers the upper part of his armor.
As they kind of kneel a bit down, and then I'm going to use my bonus action to use the mobility boosters to leap 15 feet up into the air and attempt to kick again.
Okay, go ahead.
Damn, that's only a 15.
A 15
So-
will miss as well, as despite getting moved 15 feet into the air, Alva is able to maneuver his arm good enough to effectively hit your inner arm to kind of make it so that it your arm bounces off before it even reaches the mark with a fist.
Yeah, alright. So I'm going to allow us to fall. They'll take 1d6 damage while I don't.
Okay, in that case, let me roll the 2d6? No.
1d6, it's just
1d6.
1d6.
My bad. 2 points of falling damage on Alva.
And turn.
Okay. In that case, well, Alva, I'm not sure if you noticed, but this traveler's mind still seems familiar. What's it called? In that case, Alva's turn. Alva will look over at you, mysterious traveler, and will kind of stand up from the ground, basically. Looks over and says, well, you fight with quite ferocity. I suppose I should answer in kind. In that case, you seem like an opponent I can go all out against. Do not hold a grudge against me if you get hurt. And he will make 2 attacks with his weapon.
Okay.
Oh boy. Give me 1 second. Pow, pow.
Where does the DM?
No, they should be showing up. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Probably
it just
delayed.
took a while.
Okay, so obviously the first doesn't hit. The second one will.
Okay. In that case, let me roll damage. 11 points of slashing damage on the traveler. As Alva, basically what he does is after like sort of incorporating himself, kind of adopts like a pseudo combination between like a samurai stance where like he spreads out his legs to kind of have like a low stance while holding the weapon just like parallel to his head. But right as he's about to do like an upward swing, he kind of changes it and does like a feint and kind of does like a forward sort of like charging momentum. I was just combining like, like that style that you would usually see on like a Western, usage of like a two-handed weapon. He seems, what's it called? He seems like he's a little bit more skilled than you might give him credit originally.
Okay.
And he will look over and say, well, I have answered in kind. What do you have, mysterious traveler? And that will be Alva's turn. I'm not gonna even bother moving initiative, so we'll just go back to
there's
you.
no point, yeah. Alright, first attack. 18.
Hits. Roll me damage.
And what she is going to do is... actually, you know what? Since Katya is more of a kicks person than me, I'm gonna ask you, Katya, what kind of kick is she going to give if she attacks on, well, mechanically speaking, a divine smite, but of course, in this sense, they're going to be dealing an additional 2d8 bludgeoning damage to just make this kick quite brutal.
I would just flavor that as a kick straight to the chest. Just a winding strike.
And on top of that, I'm going to attempt to use Divine Fervor for Anti-Lag Outburst. Please make me a Constitution saving throw or gain vulnerability to bludgeoning damage until the end of my next turn.
Con save from Alva the Wayfarer.
And also a con save against the bleed.
So first is the anti-lag Albert's con save, makes it. Second is against the bleed. Fails, takes the bleed and damage at the start of his next turn, which will be in a moment.
Yeah. Okay, and then there's going to be like a second kick. 19.
Okay. 19 hits as well.
Yeah. And con save for the bleed.
Well, the thing is, let me double check. How do they roll?
Is it meant to be once per turn?
It is supposed to be once per turn. Like, you can't like multi-bleed in the same turn.
Okay, that's fine.
I may have worded the rules on bleeding a little bit different.
Hold on, let me see. The bleeding creature, when its first effect is bleeding, I guess because it's still they're still afflicted. with it, -2 to checks, attacks, saving. Okay, so I can't stack. Okay, yeah, that's fine. No, that works. Rules as written. You don't actually have to change
Okay.
any wording.
Well, in that case, yeah, you hit him with another attack with the fist, and this one lands, finds his mark, center mass, a bit with the, in the armor. You can tell he almost like keels over a little bit, and says, "Impressive, most impressive." And I think you can make a puncture my armor.
Your armor, not reinforced.
It's supposed to be lighter on the lighter side. I am a wayfarer after all. I have to travel light.
As they end turn.
Okay. In that case, Alva will look over at you, and first of all, as a bonus action, he is going to activate his second wind.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I just realized something.
Yeah?
Since I'm still grappling them, I had advantage on those. That's actually a crit. So let me roll the extra damage.
Which one? Oh, the original one. Okay.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah. So let me just roll the extra damage. There you go.
Ooh, nice. So extra 14 points of damage on Alva. What's it called? Yeah, he looks looking pretty hurt actually at this point. And oh, dog, sorry. And he will look over at you, and you see as he takes a moment to kind of readjust himself, takes a deep breath. So using bonus action to regain hit points, and then that triggers one of his abilities when activating his second wind. As he says, "Sorry, but I cannot fall here." And he's going to activate Rallying Cry. He's a fucking banneret.
Oh, so this version of it doubles up the healing. That's really cool.
Exactly.
Ooh, Jesus.
Gets back 24 points of health on his Rallying Cry. Again, this is what the actual subclass should do. I don't know why it doesn't.
Yeah, you're correct.
No. You see as he takes a moment to kind of like readjust himself, and you see any flaws with the his stance are basically corrected in an instant. He will take 2 more hits with you with the Murakumo.
Go ahead.
I don't think any of those hit.
Hold on. I think it's my thing that's lagging, not yours. I have an armor class of 16.
Okay. Okay. In that case, with that, those attacks missing, I imagined you see him, see the attacks coming, but because you actually still have him held by the, by the scruff, you're able to kind of just maneuver your body around these swings. He is going to say fuck it and use an action search.
Yeah, fair enough.
To take an additional action this turn. And he will fuck it. You see as he is going to use one of those attacks to push you away.
Okay. Let's do this then. Is that athletics? All right.
That's athletics. Nope, he cannot push you away.
Unmovable.
And then he's going to take one of those attacks to swing again, as he says, "You have a steel grip. I'm not sure if I can shake you off." Taking a swing again. Damn. Alba just can't land one.
Like, I feel like they, very much they are just ducking, weaving, very agile actually, which even though they are very tall, they are managing to, just weave even while just grappling.
Okay. In that case, let me just up the music volume a little bit because I don't know if it's being heard. There we go. In that case, Traveler, Alva looks hurt. He seemed to have gotten a second wind during that particular onslaught of attacks, but otherwise, he's, you might be able to force him into a yield.
Yeah, what they're going to do is, what they're gonna do is, let's see here. Okay, so yeah, while grappling, is going to, just try to attack again. 24. This time going to, kick up. So I'm going to use my 13 bludgeoning. I'm going to use the push mastery to push them 10 feet straight up.
Okay.
And then jump up. My jump height is 4, 5, 6, 7 feet. So because my weapon has a 5 feet range, I'm able to just basically chase them up like a fucking Guilty Gear combo and try to hit them again.
Okay.
25.
Brothers playing Smash.
14,
My hits.
and I'm also going to tack on a Divine Smite onto that one.
Okay. Let me make him do the con save for the first instance of bleed.
Actually, doesn't bleed persist until they...
Until they receive any healing, which he did do.
Yeah,
as a second
okay.
one.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
He has to make the con save again. Let me roll the con save. Makes the first one. Makes the second one.
Makes the second one. So yeah, just like there is like a wind up, a kick to the chin that like shoots them like weirdly upward. Like it's like the leg. It looks like the leg kind of like winded up, and then almost like looks like it teleported. Like at its final point as it kicks up. Their legs being able to move at just a ridiculous pace as they're thrown up. They jump up, kick them back up.
Jump up, kick back, whip around, and spin.
What's it called? Pushing them again for 20 feet up. As they land and allow Alva the Wayfarer to take the falling damage.
Wait, didn't you say they smite?
Starting to wonder if this is how the feature is supposed to work. But hey, whatever. 22d6 points of falling damage.
Yeah.
It's rolling, just give it a moment.
Oh shit. I was asking if this smite, what does the smite look like?
Well, as I said, there's just like an acceleration to the kick. It just goes super fast, so it's just like building up like a ridiculous amount of velocity in like a single second.
Okay.
Yeah.
You strike once again at Alva, and like you send him basically flying up. You see all the soldiers kind of like look a little bit stunned for a second, and then he falls back to the ground with a nasty thud. He looks over and begins to like stand up, like on his turn basically. He kind of stares at you, still adopting like a little stance. But after a moment, he says, "Okay, it's clear you're far more skilled than I am. I concede. The victory is yours, traveler."
Acknowledged. Afstein. As they
I'm going to assume that's a form of compliment.
Means get up.
He was already signed up. What's it called? Get rid of the music here. I don't even know. That sounded like it was from Melty Blood.
It's from Deltarune.
Oh, okay.
Oh lord.
What was it called? Alba stands up.
Oh God,
and
Toby Socks,
he-
Toby Fox, please do not nuke us.
Sucks. You know, he stands up.
Toby Socks.
He stands up and says, "I guess there's a lot more that I must improve if I want to serve Saint Soretta. I thank you for this experience, traveler."
They kind of say, "Wie gesagt, hard times, strong men."
I suppose that is very applicable today. He looks over at the captain and the corporal that seem to be running the event, and kind of does like his hand up, like, "Yeah, no, I'm done." What's it called? And Captain Drummond says, "The victory goes to the mysterious traveler. Well fought, Knight of Lindelt, and you, traveler."
As they kind of they immediately, like, like very, like, just like on protocol, kind of like in like a sort of like army like exit march sort of way, just kind of like throws their cloak like to the side, kind of like in like, yeah, it just flourishes their cape as they place their hood back on, as they just walk back into the corridors where people can, like, sort of get ready.
Okay. You leave. Corp gives thumbs down. What's it called? You see as Salva kind of has a hard time kind of moving out of the, out of the ring. He kind of gets like the very edge, and one of the soldiers has to help him get over the fence. But he does do that eventually. He looks over at the rest of you guys and says, "That one's very strong. Dangerous even. But, I would say that if I was to fight side by side them, it would be good to have such a strong ally."
I say you put up an excellent fight against what you were up against.
"Oh, thank you. Thank you kindly." And he will limp his way over to one of the benches to catch his breath.
Meanwhile, after the fight, Ace goes and sees the friggin' fancy tent that she definitely knows belongs to Lady Lizard Lips herself, with a friggin' darkened on her. She kind of has that sort of, totally not gonna ain't gonna call her out, but I'll be pissed if she did. Type looks. Like the fake smile.
Like, Signis is wearing a mask I don't think Ace would have seen before. Like, Valencia's definitely seen this mask, but not Ace.
Don't you just look at Ace and just in a cheerful voice, just like, "Ah, Ace, I hope the guards didn't give you too much trouble at the gate, did they?"
No trouble, no trouble. Just see you're over here lounging about before the fights. You nervous?
I'm just taking in the atmosphere.
In Ace's head, frig you.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking lounge chair with Cersei, like just like fanning her.
She's
Signis is just sitting there. To be fair though, he's in an entirely different outfit with a mask that Ace hasn't seen before.
no,
I'm not sure if
Ace
she would recognize.
Oh no, Ace ain't concerned with the mysterious stranger. She's more concerned with friggin' Valencia friggin' darken on folks.
I'm gonna see if Signis can like make a convincing, not his voice. Convincing enough, it seems.
Also,
Play nice.
So,
whoever that mysterious traveler was, add an extra 10 gold to your inventory, because you're being paid per battle. Actually, I may up this to like 20 gold. So you know. Because I think we did
we
discuss
making
like
some
we
money.
might be
Yay.
upping the price here. So yeah, 20 gold to your inventory.
Yeah.
Also, remember this is a controlled environment per the officials. Wouldn't want your halitosis scoring the the arena floor, as it were.
I think you should be more aware of your hair.
Play nice, please.
You heard the kind stranger.
It seems
He's
you
using
have
a
all made it. You took much too long.
Well, we were just taking in the sights and ingratiating ourselves with the locals.
Completely inefficient. If you set out to do a task, you must set out to do it.
Oh, trust me, I got tasks sorted out.
Interesting tent. What is the purpose of it?
For being a lazy lizard.
It's comfortable. One must relax before a fight, no?
We did make it out of the finest pelts we could find, so it's better be comfortable. Says going on.
I suppose the current environment can allow for that. We're not currently at war, after all. Who is next? Unfortunately, I had the displeasure of missing the first exhibition. I had to maintain repairs on my armor. It is very difficult to find scrap metal in a small settlement such as this.
I mean, you didn't go by the smithy?
That would require me to pay them some form of currency, which I do not currently have.
I mean,
I do not believe any of the people here take universal credit.
Well, if you need some assistance with some scrap metal, well, I can help get you some.
Appreciated.
Signis is just sitting there.
Ace just looks over, not bothered, and then looks over to Roland the horse, who she hadn't seen in a bit. Like, how you doing, boy?
You see that Fern is currently brushing Roland at the moment. He did listen to what Valencia said, so his attention is kind of like split between having watched the fight and brushing Roland, to a point where at this point he just kind of absentmindedly passing the brush over to their side. You know, Fern will look over at you, Ace, and say, "Oh, he's doing fine, just fine. Isn't that right?" And he kind of pats Roland on the side, and Roland just does a very, you know, neutral sounding, and you know, Fern looks back at you and says, "We've been taking care of him." And Lady Valencia, I did pay attention to the fight that just transpired. I must say that mysterious traveler fights with a level of ferocity that I'm not sure if I can replicate.
Not yet, you can't.
You will learn in time, says Cersei.
What- Okay, so just asking, would Signis have been able to notice like anything particular? Could I like roll like an investigation or perception or something to see if he like?
I'll leave this to the jurisdiction of the player in question. Like.
Yeah, I know.
I
I'm
mean,
asking
they were
mostly
mostly like
Jarrett
a person just kicking.
Yeah, I know, but like you did use mobility boosters. Or I'm not trying to find the link between AR and the thing. I'm just trying to have Ignis more so like be like, I don't think that's like physically possible without like
Yeah.
heavy augmentation.
I think you can definitely see it as augmentation. Like you can definitely do it as like enhanced. Like no person can jump that far normally. But I will say that with the difference there is, when AR uses their mobility boosters, there are clear boosters. Like there's like little jets that like shoot.
Yeah,
out
no,
from,
no.
like, their ankles.
Yeah, no. Like I'm not trying to figure out like the similarities anymore. It's more so like Signis like analyzing the thing to be like, hey, I don't think that's exactly possible.
Yeah.
like,
You wouldn't need to like I don't think you'd need to make a check to know that that's not actually physically possible from like a normal human body.
yeah, no.
They might just be like a wizard who
There's one
knows how to fight.
Yeah, no.
There's one matchup
I
here.
think. Oh, go ahead.
There's one matchup here that's going to be real interesting when it pops up, which is the Mysterious Traveler versus Atlas. I'm pretty sure is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Signis is just like looking in between Valencia and Fern and just says, "I don't think that's quite possible without augmentation." And
Could be a wizard.
You would. He's more so referring to like you're saying this probably out of character, but like Signis
Ace
is like
just legit says like they could be just a wizard who knows how to fight.
There's a difference between using magic to amplify your speed and physical augmentation.
I've heard that some warriors from Irium Lois can fight that aggressively.
Could have casted a spell before to fight. Or, maybe they got. Maybe their armor's got something to do with it.
You see as like Signis like moves his hand up, and you see as like there's like a gold trail as it like moves like in a fucking instant. Like you see it at one position, then you see it the next, like without any like movement in between. It's just like a gold trail between in the two. Just like no, I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I think I at least know some things concerning the topic.
Passive insight. Now seeing the Ace now looking at the dude and like, kind of nods her head a bit. Okay, being sneaky about it.
Hello, everyone. I see I have found you.
Yeah.
Good day, Doctor.
Good. We will need a medic on the site just in case any of the fighters gets particularly injured.
I have already given the lady 2 vials of medicine in case it is needed. Would anyone else like some? I have 3 remaining that I made the previous day.
So I'm just gonna sit tight. He's already dropped too many balls.
I might as well take use of your kindness, Doctor. I believe that I am going to be in quite the formidable fights. While, kind of like,
Cause Rock's gonna insight that.
Walking past. Give me one, because I was just gonna say, like, walking past Ace, like they will kind of say, like,
despite your proclivity for more untoward activities, I do believe that you may be rather formidable, specifically against this suit of mine.
Well, as my mom used to say, don't count your chickens before they go to roost.
Like, Rock is inciting Atlas here, and he got a 23, because the moment Atlas said, hey, give me some medicine, like, hold the fuck up. Like, he knows he has some of your trust, but you have never openly stated, give me medicine. Like, like, he's inciting Atlas to see what's up. Because he's not going to say anything if anything is up, but this is not normal patient behavior.
It definitely isn't.
Yeah,
At
Ace
the
is gonna
very least,
insight
you
that.
know. At the very least, you know that Atlas is fighting Shieldbearer and Ace. One of them, whom is one of our main damage dealers. The other is a tech expert, which Atlas does actually, notice. Which makes sense. But you can even then, like, Atlas has gone on fighting for
He's
way
seen
too long. Being way more injured than how they are.
He has watched you
Usually
get stabbed
after a long rest.
He's watched you get stabbed through the torso with a giant meat cleaver, then blow torch yourself because you didn't want medical treatment.
Yeah. So it is weird. You sense that something is probably up here.
Yeah. Going to Atlas to give them the medicine. We'll put a hand on their shoulder and give them the doctor look of like if you got something to say, you can tell me and I won't tell anyone.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he clearly can tell something's not correct. Something does not correlate with the usual Atlas mental schematics.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll hand you a vial of the medicine. It's a standard healing, but in case it's anyone else, like he'll hand you one or two depending on how much you want. So have one left. I got
one. I'll just take one.
Yeah. For reference, I can make more. I've still got 5 reagent dice because I made them the previous day, and because of the 24-hour duration, I can make them the day before. It's just that currently on hand, I have 3 because I gave 2 to Valencia. The reason I gave Valencia slightly more is because they are less. They are less AC tank or corner caster. They're more front line, but everyone else who's front line is usually built to take damage or doesn't really fuck around that much. Or does fuck around, but usually can deal with it.
Okay. In response to you, Shieldbearer, Alva will look at you and say, "Oh, thank you, sir.
Shieldbearer.
Shieldbearer. Right. Apologies. You may have to excuse my ignorance. It's not often I get the privilege of meeting a beast folk. Lindelt doesn't have many of them, if at all."
Don't worry. You get used to it.
He nods and says, "But yes, I thank you for your commendation all the same. It seems I may have done a miscalculation when it comes to, my approach to battle tactics. Perhaps I should include a lot more grappling." He kinda thinks for a second.
Your tactics didn't seem off, just counter would be more productive.
I see.
When someone grapples you, how to stop them from grappling you and how to break free if they don't. Your style seems to focus more on lasting.
Well, I do try to implement new things into my fighting style often. But I guess, this is why I took part on this, in order to anticipate and study other types of fighting. You see as he takes off his helmet at this point and puts it to the side. He looks like a young man, probably like like mid to late 20s. He seems to be human. Very handsome features, blonde hair. He seems to just kind of, look, however, like he has gone through a couple of fights before. I do see like some very noticeable but kind of faint, like scarring, like around his face. Like you almost wouldn't even really notice it unless you were actively looking for it. He looks over and says, "Seems the second bout is about to start." At this point, you guys see 2 people enter the arena, both of them equally donning like heavy armor. One of them, as announced by the corporal, Royal Knight Horus, seems to have well, it seems to be donning the outfit of the Royal Knights of Drangleic, which are some of the higher echelons of Drangleic's army, like right below the Dragon Riders and the left and right hands of the king. The individuals dons this sort of like brass-colored, like heavy armor that has like a faint sort of maroon cape hanging behind it. Donning a great shield on the left hand and a kind of heavy-looking longsword on the right hand. The other one next to him, Sellsword Luet, what's it called? Appears to the one next to him, Sellsword Luet, appears to also be donning like a heavy armor, except that armor seems to have like a stone-like texture to it. Almost as if the entire thing is made out of like slabs of stone that have been attached together using chains. And donning like a there's like a red glint that seems to be emanating from the helmet of the individual, Valencia. You recognize that as being the effect of the red eye ring. And the individual, Cerso Luet, seems to have, for some reason the image is not zooming in, there we go. The individual, Cerso Luet, seems to have like these two massive sort of like stone slabs that at first you're not quite sure what they were just kind of attached to his arm. But when entering the arena, he like slams them together by punching both his fists together, and they seem to form a massive like shield wall with both great shields in hand.
Oh, Doorman!
It's double Doorman!
Yeah, Shield Bear
Okay,
must be
so-
jealous right now. He don't have the
No.
double shield.
Shield Bearer is going to get something similar. However, they
Yeah,
gotta stay put.
He chose not to.
It's Shield Bearer's romance option right there.
You see as they both stare at each other down long after the announcer said, the captain said that the fight will begin. They just keep like staring at each other for like a couple of seconds until in like an instant they both rush at each other and strike Great Shield first against each other, seemingly locking each other in place. Both of the men having like this immense strength to match, the weight of their equipment. The fight, the way it plays out, the best way I can describe it is like two unmovable objects trying to like hit each other. You see as Luet tries his best to basically bash the other Great Shield away so he can then come in with one of his Great Shields like at the side. But Horus keeps his ground with just the singular Great Shield, and then sometimes kind of like pokes from behind it with the longsword. At some point, however, you see that they're both worn ragged towards the end of the fight. Seems they can, they don't have a lot of dexterity, as it were. At the end, it comes down to one final charge between the two, right as Luet is about to put both shields together and just like rush forward like a truck, basically. The Royal Knight Horus basically does like this very slight sidestep to the side, and effectively just kind of like swipes at Horus from the side, but not Horus, at Luet from the side. And it does look like that was it. Like, Luet was hit, and they seem to be like falling forward until Luet kind of anchors one of the shields on the floor, and then turns around and then brings the other shield like vertically down on Horus, and basically like sinks him a little bit into the arena. Horus is not knocked out, but clearly in no position to continue the fight. So Sellsword Luet wins the exchange.
Oh yeah, golf clap.
Yeah.
What's it called? Horus and Luet stare at each other after the battle is over, and They look at each other. Horus sheaths his longsword, and then they do the Full Metal Alchemist like handshake. Like the two like buff dudes like shaking each other's hand.
The Thegan Armstrong handshake.
Exactly. And eventually, both Luet and Horus move out of the arena.
Vorty,
Yes?
I got a question. So, because it's like, it's not just like knights, it's also mercenaries and sellswords.
Mm-hmm.
Ace is gonna go in her bag, gets out the friggin' tablet, and she's gonna activate it. See who all, besides her and Valencia, are in the Covenant of Champions here.
Oh, okay.
The Versus Seeker, baby!
Yeah, the Versus Seeker.
The Versus Seeker. You activated the tablet. Only one person pings as being part of the Covenant of Champions.
Ooh, who is it?
Somewhere towards your left.
On your
Well,
left.
On your left.
Valencia!
Imagine.
Dun, 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 dun.
it
Sellsword
called?
Louet.
Sellsword
Nope.
Roulette seems to ping as part of the Covenant of Champions.
I imagine that it also like pings the other person, like somebody looked at your profile. It's like fucking LinkedIn.
Facebook post. Facebook poke, I mean.
Yeah,
Facebook
like it does ping Valencia and Luet basically. Those are the only two people here that are part of the Covenant of Champions besides you.
Oh no. I wanna see. Does she end up fighting him? Nope.
But Luet is the winner of the second round of combat, which now puts us on the third round of combat. Royal Swordsman Leah versus Dr. Rock von Heimdall.
Doc the Rock.
So, you hear as the announcer, as Captain Drummond once again speaks up and says, "Next up, we have another one of our own. One who has acquired the rank of Royal Swordsman. Against one of the many travelers that are with us today. Step forward, Soldier Leah and Dr. Rock von Heimdall."
Rock will just flutter his wings a bit and then just land in.
Fucking what's it called? Guardian ult.
Imagine.
And as he lands, he would look to Leah and will cup his hat in one hand, take it off, put it to his fist, and give a bow greeting. Greetings, Knight Leah. I am Dr. Rock von Heimdall. And he leans back and puts the hat back on.
She does like a little bow, and you see as draws like this undulated blade from her back, a flamberge, as it were, and kind of points it
What the
forward.
fuck?
What do you say?
Left? Wait, I was just like, who the
it was-
fuck
I think
left?
that was might have been Impy.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, it might have been in me.
Yeah, because we're all
What's it
here.
called? Pulls out like the flamberge of her back, and will look over at you, Rock, and say, "It is not often I get to find an opponent, to fight an opponent that, well, and forgive me for my comment, does not seem particularly equipped for hand-to-hand combat."
Well, do not believe everything that you see. He says as he reaches under his wings and will, in one hand, pull out his rapier, and then in his other, he pulls out, and then the other one reaching more to his back will pull out his launching spear, though currently in the spear mode.
You see as she like looks at you, narrows her eyes, and says, "Very well. Let's see if I can stand corrected today. In the name of the Royal Swordsmen of Drangleic, I dedicate this battle to our kingdom." And roll initiative.
I'm either gonna go second or first. Y'all determine.
that case, let's see what Royal Swordsman Leah is. By the way, thing to note, though Leah and Horace have unique names, I'm just using the regular Royal Swordsman, Royal Knight
Yeah.
sheets that I did for them. So don't be surprised if they don't come back into the story after this. So that is a 19, meaning Leah goes first. You see, as
I got
after
better.
adopting that stance with the flamberge, will look over at you, Rock, and though you can't tell what her face looks like underneath the armor, she seems like very ready to just charge forward, which indeed she does. While charging forward, flourishing the flamberge in such a way that it creates like this sort of like X-shaped sort of like slashing for like motion, and she will activate her thing once she moves closer. So roll me a dexterity save. As you're able to flutter your wings and move away, batting, trying to bat yourself away from the flourish of the flamberge. And she seems to take like a step back, almost as if realizing, oh, you're not gonna be an easy target, so I better keep my cool here. And that's it for her. So go ahead, Rock.
I'm gonna make my 2 attacks. Hiya.
Actually, why do you have 2 attacks? Where do you get that from?
Bonus action offhand because I have 2 weapon fighter and dual wielder.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
The first one will hit.
Yeah, Rock basically as the person swings will do just a critical size step loop her around and damn.
Okay, 9 points of piercing damage on Leah.
Yeah, and party watching for Rock, who has been the party doctor and not really had much time to get into melee. He seems very comfortable engaging in melee combat in a duel. Like, this is something he's done quite a bit. But this isn't just some like random mercenary training. No, this is some kind. He has had formal training.
You
And-
fight like someone who has been trained, despite your appearance as a physician.
Well, I have other hobbies, and I always tend to learn through experience.
Then,
One cannot produce a good weapon if one does not know how to wield it.
then allow me to respond in kind. Would that be your turn?
Yeah, I've used my action and bonus action.
She, on her turn, will use a bonus action to grant herself advantage on the next attack. That's a 25.
They needed it.
Which will trigger martial advantage to add an additional 2d6 to
Oh,
their
Jesus.
damage.
That makes sense why it's a recharge.
So that's 10 plus an additional, so 15 points of slashing damage on this first attack. What's it called? As you see, like the swordsman does like this weird sort of like feint, where it seems like they're going to strike high once again with another flourish, but actually kind of lower their stance at the last second and kind of slash at your ankles basically.
I see that your royal title is not just for show.
All members of the same rank are taught the same training. You would do wise to remember this in the future, assuming hopefully you do not actually intend harm to our people. And second attack, what are you? Come on, it's taking a while to roll. Okay, that misses. Takes another swing. This time, kind of trying to be kind of like more like a poke, basically with the flamberge.
Rock will parry it to the side with his sword.
So we're back to you, Dog Rock.
Gonna make two more attacks. Hiya. Hiya.
Both hit.
Hiya. Hiya.
Oof. Okay, nasty damage on Resource Melia. You can tell that despite both of you receiving blows from each other, she's looking a little bit more hurt than you are. What's it called after these 2 strikes? Anything else, Doc Rock?
No, Rock just simply makes his strike and goes, "There's one who is in the other position that is always good to take care of thine health. You do look to be injured, and there are more duels to be had. If you wish to withdraw, there is no shame."
The same goes to you. You look like you have taken a lot of blows yourself. I suppose we shall see who's the one to end up yielding. And she'll, at the start of her turn, rolls a 1 on the recharge of combat movements. Meaning that she only has her regular attacks or the of charge. So she will, because she has a disadvantage on the attack, she will just focus on using her action to charge. So dexterity save. You make it. Another flourish, so like this time in a bit more of a horizontal swipes, and you're able to, dodge them pretty easily, Doc Rock. At this point you see as Leah is trying to like do some form of footwork here, repositioning, here and there, to try and catch you off guard, but it doesn't really like work too well. So you're able to carefully maneuver yourself and dodge. What's it called? Give me 1 second because I think it's lagging on my end. But that will be it for her turn, so go ahead, Rock, you're back up.
Oh wait, I hit with my rapier needle, so technically I have advantage on one of those. I guess I forgot I have the rapier thing because I have the weapon mastery. I forgot that that's the thing that exists.
So you take 2 swings again, and again this one's...
I guess I had advantage on one of them because of the rapier from last time. I never took that into account because I have weapon mastery, which is for rapiers. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to the creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll before the end of your next turn. And the launching spear is the disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll just take these 2 rolls as the potential advantage because it's only a modifier of a difference of 1 in the modifier. Sadly,
I'll just...
let me see if a 14 hits actually before I say anything. Sadly, 14 will miss as you take another couple stab. That will miss sadly. So you can roll your second attack this time around. 23 will hit, so roll me damage. 3
1 sadly.
3
I rolled a
of
1.
damage.
Yeah. Not the high mods. That's why I tend to use poison and stuff because they make up the damage. But stabbing a Royal Knight and then delivering poison into the system, probably not the best move.
Probably not the best move. You see as, she does take the hit, kind of just grazing the side of her arm at this point. However, every little bit of damage counts as you see her...
I mean, hey, it's disadvantage for the next hit.
You see her, her, her stance kind of wobble a little bit, but then we'll be back to her. She is going to fall, first of all, at the start of her turn. Roll a d6, see what she gets. Another one, not getting the martial advantage here. And, this time around, regardless of whether she has a disadvantage or not, she will take 2 more attacks. A 15 and a 12.
Barely hits.
15 barely
First
hits.
one barely hits, second one misses.
Okay.
15 is my exact AC because unfortunately I've not gotten the better light armor. So
That is minimum, Jesus.
Yeah, 5 points of slashing damage as the...
Yeah, we've both done minimum.
As the attack kind of just graces you as well. You're both looking kind of roughly. No, you're still a little bit more healthier than she is at the moment. So we'll see how it goes. As we're back to you. She once again does like this fancy footwork, but not quite, enough to exit out of your line of sight.
Let's go. Hiya. Hiya.
Damn.
Bro,
You're rolling ass.
both
It's the
missing
first duel.
this time around. She kind of uses the undulated blade of the flamberge to make your like the trajectory of your strike kind of wobble, so kind of goes a little bit way off mark this time around.
Shit happens.
If that will be your turn, then Lias is up next. I will roll the d6. Again, not gaining a martial advantage. Damn.
Wait, damn. This is. I think this is the most that Vorti has not gotten recharge in a row.
Mm-hmm. She realizes that you're quite dexterous, so there's no point in attempting the charge again, as you seem to always be flying out of reach. In that case, she will just do 2 more flamberge attacks.
Let's see, if it's a 15 or up, it hits. Both hit.
Oof. In that case, pow.
Even if I gave disadvantage, it still would have hit. That's 23 damage.
Another sort of like
Ouch.
cross slash from the Royal Swordsman, and sees you. Now you're both looking roughly equally hurt. The Royal Swordsman looks at you, Rock, and says, "This has been quite a close battle, but I think it's about time we finish this."
I agree.
So, Doc,
And for
Rock,
my bonus-
go ahead.
Bonus action.
Second.
I only have low level, so it depends on what I get. So I only got 2 back.
You rolled a 1.
Cross slash. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rock is gonna make 1 more attack. If he fails it, he'll make his decision of if he gives up or not after this.
Let me get one final
If he-
hit in real quick.
No, Rock misses.
Shit,
so
bro.
he will resign from this fight. It was a good fight. It got close, but the dice aside.
You
Just
take-
hand up.
Wait,
I yield.
what does this look like, Vorti? Like, what does the miss and then the immediate give up? Like, what does that look like? It's like
So what happens here is that Rock, you take 1 more stab with your rapier forward, and what happens is that I guess just to make this like thematically make sense, I guess, is that Royal Swordsman Leah kind of sees the strike coming, and once again does like this flourish with the flamberge, which is surprisingly dexterous despite the size of the weapon. Kind of.
it is a parrying sword.
It is a varying sword, but like, have you?
Hey, great-
Dark Souls. Yeah,
great-
Dark Souls flamberges are considered great swords for some fucking reason.
I mean, but still, real life great swords are nimble to move. They're a little slow, but they're still maneuverable.
it's
just
all in the wrist strength.
it's just fantasy tends to over exaggerate how heavy they are sometimes and make them really
See-
slow.
She does not flourish of the flamberge and basically knocks your rapier into the ground, so it makes it stab and get stuck into the ground, and kind of like points the sword forward, having effectively disarmed you. And that's when you raise your hand and say, "I yield.
I yield.
I concede." You see as the Royal Swordsman kind of stabs like their own weapon into the ground as well, and says, "Well fought, Doctor."
Argonautin will pull his rapier out of the ground, making sure it's not been bent or anything like that, making sure it's all right.
It is
Before-
alright. It was basically just like taking off your hands for a second there.
I mean,
But
it's... but yeah.
you are still paid the money for the participation. Like, the whole point of the event is just to show combat skills that the soldiers may learn from you all.
Rock will,
Yeah, it's exhibition.
Yeah, it's
Rock will
exhibition, man.
Mark will give a bow, step out, and I'm gonna take my 2 healing potions.
Royal Swordsman Leah will find one of the nearby benches and try to take a break too. As she steps out of the... Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, do we take a short rest between fights or between like whole rounds?
It is considered a short rest between rounds.
Okay, gotcha.
Who lost?
Rock lost.
Rock lost. The Royal Swordsman...
But it was close. RNG just got ass at the end.
It was really close. You see as all the soldiers kind of obviously they cheer for the member of the Drangleic army. At this point, what's the call? You hear Captain Drummond speak up and says, "Well, that was a surprisingly close fight. To think that one of these travelers would be able to, stand toe to toe against a Royal Swordsman, that is no easy feat. Congratulations are in order for the both of you. Thank you for showing your skills for all of us." And with that, that next battle is over. Give me 1 second, because we're not done yet. Very quickly, the next fight will be called upon. Also, y'all, I do apologize. I haven't been reading the Roll20 chat like too often this session.
That's fine. We've been doing we've just been doing like role play. Like we've just been fucking Krillin from Dragon Ball, just commentating on the side.
Combat commentary. Okay, that's fine. What's it called? I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't like missing anything. If you guys like sending me stuff. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, don't worry. Nothing of the sort. I don't think.
I will ask you something, Vorti, as a sneaky thing. I'll send it in Discord.
Okay. Also, give me 1 second while I do answer something in Discord then. While I do that, the next fight is called upon as the corporal pulls out the rolled up piece of parchment once again and says, "Next up, the Masked Warrior." At least that's the name that it has been registered here. Lots of anonymous people today, it seems, sir.
I think... Yeah, he would have just said, and I'm going in anonymous, just called me whatever, and then they just fucking wrote him down as Masked Warrior, because why the fuck not?
There seems to be a lot of anonymous fighters today, Captain Drummond. Captain Drummond will speak up and say, "Again, nothing bad with maintaining a level of anonymity. So long as they are not enemies of our nation, they are allowed to conceal their information if they wish." You will see...
Damn fucking utopian society.
What do you say?
Doesn't try to control... Utopian-ass society doesn't fucking try to control information.
I'm actually just gonna swap out the token, because I don't have it rollable for my normal token.
Oh, damn.
So this is just gonna be placeholder, and then I'm just gonna swap the thing back. So I'm just gonna choose the side to be this for now.
Okay. Give me a second, I'm just answering somebody.
Take your turn.
Gonna quickly hot swap the mask.
To answer your... I'll answer this in text, but as I'm answering this, Masked Warrior steps forward. Do you do anything, Signis, when you do so?
He's just gonna stay quiet. He's waiting for his opponent.
Sorry, 1 second, I'm still answering stuff. With you guys, the homeless man is Subway. What's it called? As you enter Signis, the person that is being called upon, you see as the corporal pulls out a piece of parchment and says, "Next up, fighting the masked warrior, one of our own soldiers once again. A man who has shown his bravery by diving into the flames of an inferno of a building, saving everybody inside. His armor charred permanently in the process. Presenting Ashen Knight Void. You see as this individual that seems to be donning the same like standard issue like armor that the other soldiers seem to be wearing, except this one looks like a little bit dirtier, like charred almost, as if, you know, true to the story that was just said, this man never changed out of the charred armor.
So Signis looks forward and just sort of goes, I think it may be best as to say Avar her strength for the next round. So what about this? First one to land. If you manage to land one hit on me, within the first 30 seconds of combat, you win. As Signis is going to
go ahead. Sorry.
Signis is going to fully he's going to put in his entire focus into dodging to make sure that he just does not get hit.
Void will look at you and say, an odd rule for a duel. Are you sure you want that to be the case? I mean, I'm here because I want to see the strategy that other fighters have, but, well, I don't want to, I don't want to, besmirch anyone's honor.
If you would like to fight, so be it. As he pulls out the cane, and now everybody in the party knows, yeah, that's Signis. As he runs a piece of paper across it, it like
you stolen a cane from one of my companions. I will be getting it back.
We'll go and tell Atlas. No, Atlas. It is fine. It is them. They are doing a show.
I do not believe that it is fine for one of our companions to have had their
Tin Man, it's
he's kind of.
It is them. They are doing a show.
It's Walker. Ace kind of goes to whisper into friggin' Atlas's ear. It's Walker. He's doing
He's a phantom thief.
It's
yes.
A thief?
Don't say it out loud, idiot.
You see as the royal soldiers are like looking around like, wait, a thief?
Ignore them.
So I believe that Signis, not Signis, Mr. Walker lended that staff to them.
At this point, when you talk up Valencia, when you speak up Valencia, you see a couple of the soldiers like look back at you, and you hear like some of the infantry soldiers saying, "Oh, speaking of thieves, take a look at this one."
Oh damn! Damn. This is your karma. This is your karma. Try the.
Let's take a look. Oh shit!
Where you hear the soldiers say, "Well, we're letting criminals into the fort now."
Damn! You know what, Ace not.
Hey, they ain't wrong.
Yeah, Ace ain't even gonna say anything now. She's got a smuggle. She don't even do anything. In her head, she's like, "Serves you right for pulling that little stunt on me."
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I don't think they're calling Valencia a thief. What?
They are.
They are.
They are,
Really?
because remember, she went to trial for
Framed.
embezzling.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It seems not everybody knows yet, but a couple of people have heard the news. But they don't really do anything just yet. They're kind of like standing like in standby. They all look at Captain Drummond, and Captain Drummond says, "Explain this this discrepancy."
Oh shoot, friggin'. Okay, so Ace. So the discrepancy, like, okay, why are we saying, oh, this is the stuff that belongs to a buddy of ours?
So you explain like,
well,
hey, no, is it...
well,
Oh,
Captain.
go ahead, sorry.
Well, Commander. Yeah, Ace is explaining like, well, Commander, a buddy of ours lent this con fighter here some of his kit, and associate of ours wasn't privy to that knowledge, so they were trying to defend their honor, or is all. Bit of a misunderstanding.
You see as the soldiers all like stare at you, some of them look over at Captain Drummond. Drummond kind of like scratches his chin for a second, and then says, "I shall put my trust in this explanation you've given. But if anything else happens, well..." He kind of looks over at all the soldiers, and they all kind of cross their arms like in unison.
Ace is, and Ace kind of giving the look to Signis like, hey, you owe me one. You owe me one for this.
Yeah, you see as Signis like runs the bolt paper along the cane, in like it crackles with lightning. As he says, "Sorry for the disruption. Let us begin."
Right. You see as he's not using like the standard issue sort of like soldier like straight sword. He pulls out what appears to be an S-stock and adopts like a dueling stance.
Ooh, duelist v duelist.
People make no sense as they are. So you go first, Signis.
Signis is going to run up 10 feet. Smack with the cane. Fuck.
Jesus. So that does hit.
Going to activate weapon in mastery. Going to activate the weapon mastery for the cane as well.
We'll fight under the first blood is gets a crit. What's it called?
Bardic go. Yeah, DC E15 strength.
Okay.
No, Constitution saving throw. Sorry.
Oh, I can't save. Give me a second. I'm confused of why he wouldn't just tell us. No, I wouldn't have Abyss at this point. There we go. Ashenite Void. I keep forgetting that I have Alva selected on the DM screen.
Yeah, he doesn't. He may not fall, but I am going to expend a bardic inspiration to use the effect of this.
When you hit a creature with a middle weapon, you can do additional radiant damage to target equal to the number you roll on the bardic inspiration die plus your charisma modifier. Does this double with the crit?
I believe so.
It's dice expended, so...
Yeah, so, I mean, it would only add your charisma once, but I think it would double the roll of the bardic inspiration die.
Okay, so, let's see here. That will be...
16... 26. So 6 points of damage total. Holy shit. Right away, you strike at a Void. Boyd with a B. And he seems to be caught off guard by just like the sheer strength behind it. Or power rather behind it, because they're not really strength, you're dexterous. But he seems to be caught off guard by the sheer power behind the strike. As you go around his defenses, he is wearing a shield, but he's not able to put it up in time for the attack to be blocked. And
Yep.
actually begins to strike and land a nasty strike on his shield arm before he's able to get the shield up to block. And it does feel back in pain.
You just see a knife appear in his other hand as he's going to get him with the nick. Son of a bitch! The dichotomy of the dice giveth and the dice taketh.
You try to grab a knife and try to use it in this follow-up attack, but this time around Void is a little bit more prepared, and in fact with incredible precision, he with a quick S-stock stab just thinks the knife off your hand before you're able to use it.
Going to what's it called? Going to bonus action, disengage cunning action as a cunning action, and fall back 20 feet.
Okay. Ashen Knight Void's turn. He will look over at you and say, I gotta admit, that caught me off guard. You, carry a surprising amount of power behind those strikes.
He's just going to, chuckle. Well, I did give you a chance, to, do otherwise.
And he will say, well, I'm stubborn. What can I say? He will look over and rush forward towards you and says, just take a look at my armor. And he will run forward and gets, will make 2 stabs on you. Where is Ashen Knight Void? Pow, pow.
Let's see. Miss.
Does these 2 stabs forward as he rushes, and you're able to.
And
dodge
yeah,
and
you
parry
just.
them.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I think you just see the signature signs that this is actually just Signis fighting, where you just see the golden blur just going back and forth, just ick. Yeah, that's Signis.
Okay. In that case, you see as Boyd once again adopts a more defensive stance upon seeing his attack miss, almost if he's waiting for another chance at an opening. So Signis, go ahead.
Same strategy. Gonna smack him with the cane. 21, topple again.
Okay. In that case, give me. Actually, hold on. That's 21. Can he parry that? No, he cannot. So he will just make the con save.
Oh my god, he just keeps fucking popping off on these rolls. What the fuck?
So he does still take the damage, which will be 10 points of damage total.
A lot less force on the first one. Yeah, going to hit him with a nick again. And
14 will miss as he just again sort of does a flourish with the S-stock and takes your knife out of your hand.
And Signis is going to cutting action again, and this time just fucking he's going to he's actually gonna try and actually no, he's gonna do this.
Just
Yeah.
move past him, okay. Boyd looks at you, kind of dash around, like too quick for him to even react. And he says, I see, you're more of a fighter that relies more on on a team being around for them to be able to strike at the enemy. That all makes it almost all the more impressive for you to have done what you did earlier. And
well, I guess you could say that.
he rushes forward and says, guess we have that in common. I'm better at fighting in a team. And he will attack once again, making two thrusts with the S-Stock.
Okay, let's see here.
Give it a moment, it's rolling. I don't know why my roll is being like this slow today.
Maybe
there you
after the rolls come through, you reload.
I mean, we're almost at the end of the session, so there's no point. What's it called? So they came out on my end, but they're taking their sweet time to come out.
They're here.
Here, okay. So there we go.
The 11 misses, 17 hits.
Okay. Give it a second.
And I'm gonna have to say this, I solemnly refuse.
Accelerate, decelerate. Okay. Roll me your thing.
That will be, oh yeah, actually, I just realized something. I inputted the numbers wrong. Reduce it increases health by 1 damage, because I accidentally put in 5 instead of 4. For the Angel Mask's boost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be, I just need to roll like a fucking in more than 2. Yeah, no, the entire damage is gone.
You see as Boyd tries to stab you once again, and it seems like not you react activating your magics, and his stab doesn't even carry like any force by the end of the thrust. You hear him say, that's some fancy sorcery.
Yeah, and I'm guessing it's my turn again.
You just keep surprising me with all these things. Yeah, it is your turn.
We're gonna whack with the cane.
17,
that he's probably gonna be able to carry that.
17 would hit, but he's going to activate his duelist parry, and hit you with a reaction attack.
Okay, that is going to hit. Okay, yeah, no, Signis is actually gonna take that damage. Jesus Christ. Actually, wait, this is my turn, so,
You can if you want.
yeah,
to
I'm just
use
gonna.
no reaction.
Yeah, going to use the reaction to actually cast it at 2nd level this time. Actually, no, gonna still 1st level. I'm gonna just reduce damage better than. And I'm just gonna roll a d6. That is ass. That is 5 damage reduced, but that's still better than nothing. That's -8.
Okay. In that case, so you try once again to do your magic in order to lessen the impact of the stab, but at the last second he gets another spur of speed and he manages to go through the spell's effects and actually does stab you. Go ahead.
He just he predicted the slow, so he just uses his other hand to just like palm the pommel.
Basically, he uses
Yeah.
his shield to dive the to drive the S-Stock further. I
Yeah,
think I'm getting used to your little tricks. But yeah, that would have been his
Signis.
reaction to and your reaction, but it's still your turn technically. 21.
That is a
hit.
21 to Nick. No additional damage bonus from the Bolt Paper. Going to actually use another Bardic.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's gonna be 1d6 plus 4. That is an additional 9 damage, so 12.
Okay. 12 points of damage on Boyd, and as you strike, he actually gets pushed back like a couple of steps as he seems to try and get some distance, but at the last step, his ankle kind of seems to give him a little bit of trouble there, and he wobbles a little bit and almost seems like he's about to topple over and fall, but he's able to maintain his balance at the last second. However, he looks at you and says, "I think that's my cue. You're quite strong. I should have known not to underestimate you. Apologies for that. I concede."
You see as Signis nods and does basically reverential bow from Elden Ring.
Maybe I should have
to
taken... Go ahead, sorry.
Just to Boyd, yeah, just reverential bow.
Maybe I should have taken your offer to just stab you once and win. He sheets the S-Stock once again, and says, "Yep, I think I'm out of this one, Captain." Drummond will kind of nod and say, "There is no shame in conceding to a foe that you believe is more skilled than yourself, soldier. Just so long as you take this opportunity to, well, learn about what happened today." Boyd will kind of nod and say, "Of course, sir." And Drummond will say, "The winner is the Masked Warrior." Says,
Thank you.
Says Valencia. Or that was that Katia saying damn.
Oh, that was me saying it because Valencia's token was just underneath Roland.
Oh, it's not underneath Roland.
Yeah, it was fixed.
Okay.
It
fixed
was.
Okay.
Yeah, damn though, actually Signis took so little fucking damage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, Boyd is significantly less dangerous than all the other contestants. What's it called? Again, he shines better when he's in a team. On his own, not so much.
Yeah.
He will, before you leave Signis, he will kind of sheath his S-Stock and just kind of try to shake your hand.
Signis would reach out to shake his. It is just out of a sign of respect before he departs.
Void. Fight. I hope we can see each other again as allies next time.
Maybe one day. And I'm just going to. I'm going to swap the token again, because straight. Yeah. So I've got my HP logged, and Signis goes out. Walks the boy.
Void walks over to y'all, as a group, and says, "Hey, can I take a seat inside the tent? I think I may have overheated and I need some shade."
Signis, who had gone inside the tent originally, just steps to the side.
Thanks. He just gets inside, sitting in between Rock and Atlas. Looks at the two
What's
of you.
it called?
Go ahead.
Atlas is going to ask Cersei,
Is he allowed to sit in the commander's seat?
looks over at you, Valencia, and says, "Say the word, say the word, my lady, and I shall kick him out if necessary."
They may sit, they put on a splendid show.
Oh, you hear that? Valencia says you put on. Oh, sorry, Lady Valencia says you put on a splendid show. I have to use the official titles when I'm around. He kind of whispers over to Atlas. Fern says, "Indeed, beautifully fought, Ashen Knight Void. You may rest in Lady Valencia's place."
Very well, you have earned your seat.
Void kind of nods and says, "Thank you."
Atlas says not even fucking. Atlas says not even sitting, just like kind of standing in front of the chair.
What's it called? And here's what's going to happen now, y'all. Because we are already a little bit past the usual time here.
Or can
only
our,
by a
can our
couple of
cliffhanger
minutes.
be their fucking WWE entrances?
Yeah!
Once next time up are Valencia and Ace. What are the entrances that both of you do as you're called upon by Captain Drummond, who says, well, not Captain Drummond, the corporal rather, next to Captain Drummond, that says, "All right, that was a splendid fight. Next up, we have two of the outsiders to the fort fighting each other here. The first one is, kind of squints and says, Lady Valencia Draco de Lily, rider of the Red Scales, Dragon Rider and true Dragon of Drangleic. He reads out the entire title here.
She had to write her whole title on the stupid thing. It's probably like over the margin too.
Definitely.
You do see that a lot of people in the crowd kind of like, after having this confirmation, they all kind of like look at each other, and you once again hear those comments of like, "Oh, damn, we're allowing criminals back into the fort. What's happening?" You hear one kind of say, "Oh, this is going to be good. Who's your money on?"
Signis hearing this shit is going to Ignis is hearing this shit is going to actually actually fuck it. He's just going to yell, "Quiet! This is a duel, and everybody here is to be respected."
Valencia, if anyone looks at Valencia, you can see that she is not comfortable right now. She's trying to hide it, but...
With Ace noticing that, Ace, you see her hairs and her eyes start to glow even brighter. All right, we came here being cordial, but next person start speaking ill about her, well, it ain't gonna be pretty. Now we came here to have ourselves a nice little match between fighters, so we can respect your fights. Well, dang it, you better respect ours. You got that?
Oh, sorry, I can't see what Jericho posted in the chat. It's not loading for me. What's it called?
Send it to the Discord.
You do see that a lot of the soldiers look kind of confused just based on their body language, almost as if not everybody knows what's happening, but some of them do. Do you see that others are like, wait, what happened? Like they kind of mutter to each other, and others in response are like, oh, I don't know. Or somebody is like, oh, well, here, let me tell you what happened. And they begin to like comment between one another, sharing the story around, basically. But you do see that Luet, the man with the double great shields, speaks out and says, Alright, I think that's enough. Quiet, everybody. Make sure to keep those mouths shut for this fight. As your captain said, watch and learn. Never in that order was there talk.
Ace got respect for this dude.
Yeah, Atlas too. Like, hey, you got some actual fucking commanders here. Cool.
Yeah,
what's it called?
respect.
Captain Drummond does raise his hand, almost like in the sort of like quiet sort of like military gesture for his soldiers, and says, "Enough, men. In today, we do not care about what the background of these individuals may be, just as long as they are willing to present their fighting styles in front of us, so that we may learn. I will have silence in this particular event. Any discussion regarding the backgrounds of our contestants will relegate it to after the event." You see as all the soldiers stand at attention, a lot of them go, "Yes, sir!" So, with that...
Thank you, Captain Drummond.
He
Shall we
looks at
begin
you-
then?
He looks at you and doesn't give you like a nod, but he does stare at you and does do like this look in his face of like, "Hey, you know, I'm staying. Don't take this as a way to abuse our hospitality." And he says, "Please step into the ring."
Okay. They don't even announce Ace. They just.
Well, no, they're looking at. They told to Valencia to step into the ring. They haven't announced Ace yet.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. Ace got some fancy shenaniganry.
What's it called?
Valencia will get Roland to jump over the fence,
Wait.
do a little like run around.
You see some
Okay.
soldier, one soldier kind of like raises his hand and says, "Sir, are we allowing mounts into this combat?" Drummond will say, "They're not usually allowed. Is your contestant aware that you're using this mobility aid?"
Ace over there agreed to it, didn't you?
Ace looked, staring daggers, and then giving this sort of evil smile, like, "Oh, trust me, the good Lady Knight, not gonna be on her high horse for too long."
Drummond then looks over and says, "In that case, we'll allow it." At this point, the corporal, still holding the parchment, will say, "Right." And the other contestant, he kind of looks at it, looks at the list, and says, "Now presenting, Ace Flaming Thunderslinger Brimstone." What's a Thunderslinger, Captain?
You just see Ace is kind of mad she doesn't have spurs, but you see her kind of like her hat pulled down over her eyes, her cape that she has sort of draped over her shoulder, over like one shoulder. They're almost like a poncho. See smoke billowing underneath her hat. What you would notice is Valencia. Ace's little belts that she usually has, they've kind of changed. Instead of the one shoulder holster and the one that's like on her hip, it looks like kind of peeking underneath the cape. It looks like both her holsters are pointed outward and kind of canted a little bit forward. Almost like how a sword would be drawn if you were on horseback. You see she has an assortment of jars and bags as well. You're not sure what's in them or what she might have planned, but she kind of looks at you kind of that steely-eyed look that she has. Alrighty. Alrighty then, Scales. Now. May the best for. Let's show these folks how real duelists duke it out. Still back out if you wish.
Try not to go down too quickly.
Wouldn't
For
dream of it.
one of the first times you see Valencia actually put down her helm.
You see as all these soldiers kind of like begin to stare in. They all look decently intrigued by what's about to happen here. You hear some people say, well, one of them seems to be more martially focused, and the other one's a pyromancer or something. It seems like a bit of a skewed fight. And another comment says, Don't be so certain. I've heard some pyromancers are able to pull off some crazy things. Atlas, you say that to Boyd instinctively. Of course, if I enjoy breaking and using explosive against a horse. And Boyd looks at you like, explosives?
I mean, also regarding like the thing, crazy.
Look
But
at,
yeah,
look at those pots that they have around their belt. Don't they look a bit familiar?
I mean, I have
Also-
heard of people from Mira and Melfia using something to that effect. Is your friend from one of those countries? Maybe from Jugo? I think it makes sense if they're from Jugo. Are they from Jugo?
They're from somewhere where people talk funny.
Damn.
Then Jugo. I'll take that. I'll take that to mean that she's from Jugo.
Also, like, yeah, look, it makes sense to not just books why it's covering this why and that like results don't make sense. I mean, they literally just watched a vulture man that's also a doctor go toe to toe with a royal swordsman and almost win.
Yeah, no, like what's it called?
They-
So, all of these soldiers have been giving their comments like every once in a while. In fact, the one that you see being like the most silent, just like steely-eyed, like looking at everything go down, is Royal Knight Horus, all the way on the side here, who has not said a word yet, but you do notice that he is like staring over at Valencia as this is happening. What's it called? Alva at this point. Alva at this point looks over at you, Shieldbearer, because you're closest to him, and says, those, correct me if I'm wrong, Sir Shieldbearer, but those are your friends, right?
One of them is, the other is an ally.
Which ones?
The what was the nickname? The Flaming Thunderslinger is my friend. We came up with that nickname together.
I see. I'm not sure what a Thunderslinger is, but, well, it does sound like a particularly eccentric nickname.
You will be surprised when you see it.
Well, in that case, I look forward to this. He will stare over, he will pay close attention to the fight that's about to unfold. What's it called? You were
I'm
gonna say,
surprised that nobody. I'm surprised that nobody like talked about how basically Master Warrior was just like not getting hit the entire fight and only took one hit.
What's
It's
it
like
called?
proper hit.
You would have caught a couple of comments on the way out of the ring that some soldiers say, "You really gave Boyd a run for his money. Well fought, Master Warrior. Please tell us that you at least have another name. It sounds really weird to call somebody like that."
You can call me S if you wish.
All right.
What?
So you hear
Right,
one soldier
that makes
go.
sense, I suppose.
You hear one soldier go. Wait, we asked for a name. He gave us a letter. You hear another soldier. You hear another soldier go. I don't know. Maybe that's just maybe that's just how they do it from wherever he's from. And at this point, the stare down begins. Valencia versus Ace.
You see Ace's hands.
Fucking Frontier Venom, whatever it's called from the Red Dead song.
Yeah, American Venom.
American Venom. And you stare each other down, getting ready, inching at the bit for just the go-ahead to begin your fight. And it is right as Captain Drummond raises his hand and says, "Begin!" That is where we'll end today's session for the time being.
Oh, can we roll initiative at least?
No, we're entering this. You can roll initiative if you want to. What's it called?
Okay.
But as you're doing that, I want to say big shout outs to everybody who may have been watching this the session as it was going. Today was it's a bit of a weird session, have roleplay, have combat. But at the very least, I hope that people found it entertaining. But most of all, I hope my players found the session entertaining.
It was so fucking fun.
It was very fun. We got the tournament arc, and we also spent 2 hours talking to a grandma.
I mean, hey, not the intention of the session, but hey, I'm glad people enjoyed it.
Also, don't forget like the single minute of Rock telling a child to shut the fuck up and walk it off.
I mean, hey, that was pretty funny. Well, before we leave off, again, shoutouts to we didn't use a lot of Sound Phenomenon's music today, but shoutouts to Sound Phenomenon because they have given us permanent permission of using their their music for the campaign. Shoutouts to Larian Studios for also providing some of the music that you heard throughout the session, which was from the Baldur's Gate soundtrack. And shoutouts to everybody who has been following along with the session here, as well as Reddit user Sunset Spice 2020 for providing this map that we've been using for the proving grounds here. But with that, I think that'll be it for us today. I hope people enjoyed the session, both my players and the audience, and we will see you again next time on another session of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. Everybody, say goodbye now.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Take care, y'all. Can't wait for next week.